Hello, everybody. Happy eBay Saturday. Hello, Cinco. eBay license? What do you mean? The Bubsy, oh, Woolly Strike Back. Yeah, I've forgotten most of the things they do in that game. Yeah, he did have a lot of one-liners that repeat in that game, didn't he? Annoyingly so. But at least he acted more like Bubsy in that game. So this has a copy of Vigilante 8, which is probably the best game in here. Vigilante 8, I believe, Black Label can go for like between $30 and $40. So that's pretty much the entire price of this whole lot. So I'll link the seller if anybody wants to throw a bid on that. And I can double check that too for you. Can't find any trade shows that don't have any crazy rental prices for tables. Yeah, generally it's, I think at the minimum you're probably looking at $100 per table. I'm not sure. I don't think you're really going to find them much cheaper than that these days. Played the first Zone to Sonic Superstars through the PS5 game trial. The game was alright, it just wasn't worth the $60 or whatever the heck they were charging for it when it released. That game at like $20 or under is fine. Also, the multiplayer was pretty much a joke. Nobody was playing it. It was pretty bad. Alright, let me just see. Vigilante 8. Yeah, 35, 30, 28, 30. So depending on the condition, between 30 and $40. So pretty good lot, assuming that it's in decent shape. For anybody popping in early, if you want to try and win that auction, shipping's $10, very reasonable. Hello, Tricky. Demiox? Hopefully, that could be pronounced so many different ways. Thank you for the sub, appreciate it. Thank you for the prime. Oh look, one of the very few new 3DS games. You even forget that they went for like the whole like banner on top instead of the side. So what did this do that had to make you use the new 3DS? Guess it used the nub in some way? The new 3DS was the console that had the little, like, rubber analog nub on it. And only a small handful of games forced you to use it. New Pokemon Snap. Now I can finally play this. That is going to be as good as the original. But I'm sure it'll be fun regardless. Back from a game convention, found Kirby and the Crystal Shards. Yeah, it was a good one. Yeah, people have had me search those before. They're very cool, very expensive, those vinyls. Very pricey. It's going alright, Dame. Unfortunately, battling an injury from the gym right now, so that's not fun. Hello, Stepmac. The Resident Evil tax at the Wii on-rail shooter games. Oh yeah, those were always pretty cheap in terms of the Wii. Even before Resident Evil 9 caused all the other games to go up, those were kind of creeping up in price. It's a chest-related injury. Where your ribs connect to your sternum. So it's going to slow me down a bit. 1 to 4 weeks to heal. No, it's not bench press. It was from the dumbbell row. The bench pressing into your chest. I had the wrong positioning. Well, one game that I thought when it first came out that would get expensive but never truly did, and it sold way better, and even got a greatest hits, which was very unexpected, was Odin Spear. Yeah. I fully expected Odin Spear to be, like, very expensive back then, because it had all the makings to be something that would go up in price. But they printed it way more than you would expect, and they sold way more than you'd expect, and it got the greatest hits, which I don't think anybody saw coming at the time. I guess a new Pokemon set released today. So we're gonna have to look at them opening Pokemon cards every page I scroll by. Our first crotch shot today is Space Quest 4. When half your photo is your freaking legs, I just don't understand it. It's Crop the photo. Aim up a little higher. I don't know, something. This guy's a Arcade Dreamcast version. That's like $50 cheaper than it normally would go for. If you want the superior music. It's like the only reason to play the Dreamcast version. But it's a good reason to play the Dreamcast version. Yeah, Resident Evil 9 caused all Resident Evil games to shoot up in price. Some of them will be temporary. Let's see what card they get. Some of them will be temporary. Some of them won't be. Seriously? Oh my god. They go through these packs so quick. They don't even look at the front cards. They literally just go straight to the hit card. Look at this. That's it. They just look at the two cards and they're done. You got the Centrit though, whatever that one's a pretty cool card. That's how you know it's all business, no fun when it comes to those kind of pack openings. I mean, come on, it's like the first day that set is out, right? Just take your time a little bit. This crap again. I forgot to put it on incognito. If it starts doing that weird glitch, we'll have to swap to that. Hello, Rango. Disney says the easiest to get. The scalpers don't see the value. Really? I mean, heck, if I was able to walk into a store and actually get it for a normal price, there's like a 10% chance I would buy it. But I'm just like so disillusioned from modern Pokemon at this point. Because you know the next set is just going to be the same ordeal all over again. Gormeaty. I played and streamed the Gormeaty game that was on Wii. It was actually okay. I don't know much about the DS version though. It's like an action platformer, kind of Skylanders-like in terms of the gameplay. It's like it's a top-down dungeon crawl kind of game. Found a box of Pokemon cards from 2001. Have you gone through them yet? 2001's a pretty good year to find a box of Pokemon cards. Did you have the e-reader cards at all? I forget what year those ones came. I think that was a little after 2001. Hello, Cody. Hello, Isaac. Two 2001 would have been like Neo era, which is still good. Hello, Carnival. Hello, Warkley. Hello, Espec. I like the e-reader cards. I don't like the border on the e-reader cards, but I like the reverse holo effect, and I also love the card art. I think that set of cards, the e-reader cards, have some of the best art in the entire card game. You have most or all of the e-reader cards? Oh my god. So you have like Skyridge cards? You have holo and reverse holo Skyridge cards? The third e-reader set? They have a little mountain as their icon. Vapor Trail, one of my favorite Genesis shoot 'em ups. Okay, it's back. Alright, we gotta open up an incognito. Apparently this is still not fixed. How do I do that again? Do this. Let's copy that. Alright, I can't put the incognito tab into this browser window, so what I gotta do is recapture the window. Should be this one. Just resizing it real quick. Close this. Yeah, I've heard it's a pretty good game, Berserker. You have some reverse holo legendary collection cards. Yeah, it depends what ones you have. Those could be pretty pricey. But yeah, if you have Pokemon e-reader cards, like from Skyridge Expedition Aquapolis, especially if you have certain holos and especially the reverse holos, those are probably like the most sought after vintage cards right now. Unfortunately, I was collecting those, and then within the last like 6 months, they've just ballooned in price and desirability. Seemingly everything I was collecting has just gone crazy. I was like collecting little niche things in Pokemon that, like, yeah, they had demand, but it wasn't like crazy demand. Now all of a sudden everything I was into is just like everybody's into it. So it's pretty difficult right now. I don't think I'd really click on the listings without photos. It also kind of makes for a terrible thing to look at on stream. But misspellings, not really. I don't really waste my time with that too much. Just seems like a lot of effort to maybe eventually find something. $47 left on Aero Fighters. Complete copy of this will normally go for about $60. Seems like a really nice copy. So I will link this seller if any of you are looking for cheap N64 games. Yes, I am a human. Select all items that can help clean things. Well, technically a seagull can help, like, clean up the garbage, right? There's quite a few cheap N64 games complete. You'd be surprised how many of them are still in that like $50 and under range. That being one that occasionally goes under 50 bucks. I heard this is like a knockoff Resident Evil 7. I almost streamed this one the year it came out, but then I started looking into it more, and the reviews really pushed me away from it because the puzzles are apparently like really poorly done. Kind of hard to navigate the game too, something like that. Seller said at a convention, loose N64 games were slow. There's just a lot of fakes out there. And another reason that loose N64 games sell slow is because you'd have to like put the custom labels on them. They don't look good on a shelf because you can't see what the games are. So you have to apply custom-made labels. Not a lot of people are into that. So the boxes are just, you know, the only official way to know what game you have on your shelf. And there's a ton of fakes. People kind of value that extra authenticity that the box with the cart does. And I'm at the point now where if an N64 cart has a rental label on the back or something, or even the front, I value that to some degree, because that tells me that it's a real cart. Or at least the label needs some kind of wear, like a little bit of scratching on it, something. A completely mint cart can be a little scary. Unless it has the box and the manual to help add that extra layer of like, this is real kind of thing. Even though it's still not guaranteed. Did I feel like the only one collecting games? I felt like I was one of the only ones collecting games until I discovered Digital Press's Room of Doom photo archive, which is a website where people would upload their game collections. That was like my first glimpse at collectors and knowing that I wasn't alone. And for the longest time, I didn't know that Digital Press had a website attached to it. I thought it was just like literally that website with just the collection archive. So it took me like a year before I realized that there was a whole website to go along with it. Digital Press was pivotal in collecting games for me back then, as it was for many people. That was like, between that and Atari Age. But Atari Age at the time was very focused on Atari stuff. The only one that was all-encompassing was Digital Press. I'm alright with the Sonic Frontiers Definitive Edition if they fix the poppin'. I don't think there should be any Definitive Edition unless they fix the poppin'. The poppin' is ridiculous in that game. Or at least if there's going to be poppin', increase the draw distance. Well, there was never a differentiating point between the two, Worgley. Because I was always buying games and collecting at the same time, I just didn't really realize it. Also, growing up with consoles like the Jaguar and the 32X, and like growing up around my grandpa's games too, which he had the Sega CD. Growing up around a lot of those stinkers, you know, as people would call them, really helped me appreciate some of the more obscure stuff. Not a lot of people grew up playing a Jaguar or the 32X. So that stuff was very important for me back then. What N64 game is next? Guess you gotta wait and see, I'm not sure. Tell you though, it was pretty fun having consoles where the games were constantly on clearance because nobody wanted them. That was a pretty big advantage. Always had a bargain bin to look through. Black Mamba coming through with the 53-month resub. Thank you, Black Mamba. Yeah, I think the thing with me was, even after I'd beat games and get them, I wouldn't sell them or, like, trade them in. I did it once, where I traded in some games to, like, Electronics Boutique or something, Genesis games, to help get, like, some of the newer ones, because Genesis games were pretty expensive back then. Like, if you wanted a brand new game that just came out, that was pricey for a kid, right? So a lot of the games I was getting were usually like on clearance, on sale, in the bargain bin. But if you wanted a new game, it was expensive. So I traded games in once, always regretted it. I don't remember what games got traded in. It was like a stack of them. And then never again, never did it again. Do I use price charting? Not. Price charting is good for YouTube videos to like convey the price of a game quickly, but I like to rely more on just checking eBay sales myself. Seeing the pictures, seeing what the shipping was, seeing the description. Price charting, especially now that they're making you pay money to look back at old listings. Did you guys know that? If you're gonna go look at old things that sold, and you want to see what the photo was, they're making you pay money for that now. It's like, no thanks. I'll just look at my own pictures on eBay. I don't even remember summer vacations off from school, to be honest. I think most of my summer vacations were just spent inside playing video games, so I'm not sure I have any vivid memories of summer vacations. Except for the one year where I was like, I'm pretty sure I was obsessed with either Final Fantasy XI or SOCOM. And I had a math class as my last period class in high school. And I was already like so tired and exhausted, and I always hated math. And all I would think about is like just playing the game as soon as I'd get out of school. So I think there was one year where I failed the math class, and then I had to do summer school for math. That was miserable. The next year I got A's in math because I'm like, I ain't going through that again. It's not like I couldn't do it, I was just like so not in the mood for math as my last class in high school. Yeah, that was a terrible summer. But then the year I came back, I just got like straight A's in all of my courses. It's not that I couldn't do it, it's just like, depending on what games I was playing would definitely like change my motivation. It's like, should I do homework, or should I play another couple hours of SOCOM 2? Should I grind another level in Final Fantasy XI? Thank you, S-Rock. Appreciate that. Thank you for the Prime sub. I have not seen Discrat in my collection yet, Gabriel. You had summer school for gym class? Wow, I didn't even know summer school existed for gym. That's interesting. How did that happen, Trekkie? Did I see the animation I put out for Final Fantasy XI's 24th anniversary? I have not seen that yet, no. Damn, they're approaching the 25th anniversary, huh? I know that they did something with 14 just recently where they put like a bunch of 14 zones and characters in the game and monsters and stuff, which is cool. Yeah, they reflected on my account. Thank you, Diarrhea. Appreciate that. I did have to up the limit for like the notifications showing on screen, because normally on that kind of stuff I have to have a limit. But you were the first one to ever use them, so thank you. And thank you, Mad Lion. Thank you for the resub as well. 5 months. Yeah, I used to draw SOCOM maps in high school. Like when I was in my peak SOCOM phase, I'd sit in my classes and I'd literally just like in my notebook or whatever, I would draw layouts of the maps from SOCOM from memory. Just for the hell of it. And then I'd sit there making a list, ranking my clan members, like the people that were in my guild, I guess if you want to call it, but they were called clans. So I'd make like a list and like rank my top tier like officer members, like the top of the top, down to the bottom. And the reason I do stuff like this is because the roster in the old SOCOM games was limited. So if we had to make a tough cut and be like, listen, we got to boot you out, you ain't pulling your weight, I knew who to cut. And it was rough though, because everybody in the clan, it was like a big group of friends. So like when you had to cut somebody, because at the end of the day, we were very competitive. We were one of the top clans in the game. But if someone just wasn't pulling their stuff, you know, we had to make some brutal cuts. This looks like a cool game. Love the art style. Yeah, we used to have tryouts. Actually, I would scout talent. Me and like some of my other clan members, but I was the main talent scouter. I know this sounds ridiculous now, but like I would literally watch people in the games, and if I saw their skill level, I would either invite them outright or we would ask them to try out for the clan, and then they'd have to face us in like a lobby, and if they can put up a fight, we'd maybe recruit them. Yeah, we used to scout talent all the time. And so sometimes we would try and steal members from other clans. Like if we saw that somebody was in a clan where the clan wasn't like the best, we would actually try and like pull them out of that clan and get them into ours. Because we knew that they were so much better and they deserved to be in like a better group of people. Yeah, we took SOCOM pretty serious. There was a lot of SOCOM drama back in the day, boy. Clan wars, arguments. It was something. And this is all pre-esports. You got to remember, this is before esports were really a thing. It was right before. It really started to take off with Halo. But SOCOM came before all that stuff. Esports back then was essentially game battles and SOCOMbattles.com. That was the start of it. The SOCOM game, Spud. Yeah, we were on game battles all the time. It originated as SOCOM battles. That site used to be just for SOCOM, but then other games started popping up. Hey, what's up, Big Z? Good to see you. other games started popping up, and it kind of outgrew just SOCOM, so that's when they started doing Halo and all that, Rainbow Six and Ghost Recon and all that stuff. But yeah, we were very active on there. I wish I could remember all of our old records, like when we were most active, but we would, you know, we would have something, we would have a record like 45 wins, 5 losses, like 70 wins, 7 losses, like for clan matches. I mean, we were pretty crazy with that stuff. Yeah, I think I saw that, Big Z. Holding down the fort for that kind of content on Rumble. It's cool to see. The limit. I just made it the same as what I have on Twitch. I think it's like 100 to get the notification on stream. Just because I can't really have it spamming the notifications. Like, you could still send one, but it's only going to show up as a notification if it's 100. PS2, still my favorite, yeah. Hello, Ire Island. Craziest deal I like to say is my Virtual Boy deal. Looking back at it. It was like $300 for a almost complete Virtual Boy collection, all the games in their box with the manuals and the console. Including games like Jack Brothers. I mean, hell, just the manual for Jack Brothers is worth more than that entire lot at this point. Do you get all the money for the kicks? Kicks cut is like 95.5. So yeah, it's virtually pretty much all the kick revenue. I appreciate it. Thank you, Daria. My most played game? That would be a toss-up between Final Fantasy XI and the SOCOM games. There was no timer in SOCOM 1. I played a ton of it. There was also no timer in SOCOM 2. From what I remember. SOCOM 3 added a play timer, but that one I played the least between the three of them because that was the worst one. Still played hundreds and hundreds of hours of that game, regardless. So it's hard to say, but I mean, I used to just come home and just play SOCOM all day, every day, so yeah, that would be up there. Final Fantasy XI would obviously be like either number 1 or number 2. MMOs tend to be people's most played games of all time at the end of the day. And thank you, HydroWiz, the 69-month resub. One and only time. Posting the Dorgasm emote to go along with it. Appreciate it very much. Well, Sonic R is one of my most played single-player games of all time. For sure. But if we're talking online, then it would be different. Yeah, apparently, yeah. Final Fantasy XI. I mean, I still play Final Fantasy XI here and there. With the private servers. I'd love to play it right now. The only reason I'm not is because I got... Like, there's other things I want to stream this year. before I do that again. Oh, he's talking to us, everybody. What is he trying to sell us? Apparently perfume. Terrible algorithm on here. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the 100 kicks. Appreciate it. What was your favorite job in Final Fantasy XI, Big Z? Did I see the Mando movie Disaster 12 million? I didn't see how much it made opening day, but that doesn't surprise me. The reviews have been pretty mediocre on it. I didn't go to see it. I don't think I'm gonna be going to see it. It's the first Star Wars movie that came out in theaters that I didn't go to see on opening day. Well, my PC's ran 11 just fine. Even with texture mods on, it runs it fine. I hate playing that game on PC though, but really it's the only way to play it now. You didn't even watch Rise of Skywalker. You should really watch it. I saw that in theaters when the day it released, and that was good enough for me. But you should watch it just to see what all the fuss is about. Cataloging the collection as a YouTube series. Nah, that's probably something I do in my own time. I'm not a big cataloging kind of person. I just prefer the chaos. Hello, aggressively average. I played Splatoon when it came out, yeah. I mean, it was alright. And then I played Splatoon 2 for a little bit, and that was good enough for me. Now I kind of don't like the Splatoon series. I'm kind of over Splatoon at this point. I hate the aesthetic. I hate the music drives me crazy. I'm very over Splatoon at this point, but I had my fun with them. Okay, person from Japan, please stop spamming DS cards. Manual lot, very random. And thank you, T. Carilla. Sorry I missed your resub. Thank you for that. Thank you for the 22 months. It's pretty rough. I don't buy duplicates by mistake often. If I get a duplicate, it's mostly because I bought a lot and it had a game in it that I was like, do I have that? But it wasn't like the only reason I bought the lot, and then I end up with the double and it's like, oh, okay, whatever. Just sell it, trade it, whatever. Well, I already beat Bubsy 4D. It's definitely worth the $20 digital price. $50 for a physical, at the moment, I'd only recommend to like hardcore Bubsy or 3D platformer fans. But I might do another stream of Bubsy and see how I feel about the speedrunning the levels, because they got all that built-in speedrun features. Shinkansen. I'm not sure if I was on that one specifically, but I was on a bullet train. They go very fast and they're very smooth and quiet. Hi-Fi Rush? Yeah, that was fun. I played that when it came out. I played it on Game Pass, I believe. It was okay. I enjoyed it. The graphics were cool. The gameplay was a little, like... I'm not the biggest fan of games where you have to press buttons in, like, the beat of something to do with the music. I like the free-form flow of not having to worry about something like that. But it was a pretty cool game. Thank you again for the 100 kicks. Appreciate it very much. Just going crazy with the kicks. First person to ever use them over there. Anything cool? I found there was a PS1 lot that had a copy of Vigilante 8 in it. That was a pretty good price that I linked at the very start of the stream, and then I found a copy of Aero Fighters on N64 that was well below what it normally goes for. Whether or not somebody bid and won them, I'm not sure. All bangers. $1,800. So they're pretty much valuing these games at over $100 each. Well, it does have Gotcha Force. That certainly sways the price a bit. That alone is like a third of the freaking cost here. Imagine... Come on, you gotta show us the manuals, right? They're not gonna show the inside. Imagine trying to get $1,800 and you can't take the time to show us the inside of the boxes. Especially Gotcha Force, like, come on. Yeah, I plan on playing new Pokemon Snap. Oh, I'm still collecting retro games. I've been picking stuff up in the background slowly. You just gotta be more selective these days. Right, because, you know, the prices are not what they once were, so... Just gotta go about it more slowly. Make sure the games you're buying are ones you really want. So if I buy a game now, I'm making sure it's one that I really want to, like, stream. Ooh, a Hollywood video sticker. Finding Hollywood video stickers on Genesis games is definitely pretty rare. Devilish is one of my favorite Genesis games. One of the most brutal, difficult games on Genesis, but man, I love that game. It's so hard, and the controls are very unforgiving. Amazing soundtrack, though. Yeah, you definitely you pay a GameCube tax if you're buying games on GameCube. Cloud. To complete the Genesis library yet? Definitely not. I'm not sure I'd be able to go for that. There's a lot of sports games on Genesis too. It's kind of ridiculous. A complete non-sports library, I mean, that would be neat. I feel like I'd much rather go for a complete PS2 collection before a complete Genesis collection. Because I'm gonna be honest, I've got most of the heavy hitters out of the way on PS2. It would just be like a battle of attrition having to get all the cheaper PS2 games that I still need. And a battle of space. What I would do is I'd have to get a couple bins and just stick all the sports games in there and be like, listen, I got them, but they're out of the way, nowhere to be seen. They think they're going to take up shelf space. God, can this person calm down with the DS games? I hate it when sellers like flood their listings like this. Yeah, but imagine having every game on the PS2, except for the sports. So you can never say I have the complete collection. You got to be like, yeah, I got everything but the sports games. It's like they're just so cheap. You just get them, stick them off to the side, just so you can actually say that you got the whole collection. Plus, it's not like I don't play the sports games. My roulette wheel forces me to play them occasionally. Some of them are kind of fun, but yeah, most of them are miserable. Oh, I'd go for complete North American. Complete global would be ridiculous. That's just too many games. I would just go for the ones that I'm just interested in for the other regions. Well, that's because Blitz is one of the few sports games that actually attempts to be fun for people that aren't in sports games. By being, like, super over the top. Most of them are a snooze fest, in my opinion. Oh, thanks, Coolio. 600 bits. Does that get you a new badge? Has it leveled it up for you? Yeah, like these are fine. I don't mind these like big EA sports games. If I'm gonna play a sports game, it might as well be something like that. The ones that are like slightly over the top, kind of like extreme in some way. You're looking for those Game Boy Advance DBZ games. Yeah, those look really cool. The one DBZ game that I'm after right now, I want Attack of the Saiyans on the DS. I really would. I would love to play a turn-based RPG. With Dragon Ball Z characters. I think if I picked it up too, I would honestly watch Dragon Ball Z before I play it again. I think that would convince me to watch the show again. I need that extra push. I love Dragon Ball Z, but every time I think about watching it, I'm just like, oh man, that's a commitment. I can't do Kai. I don't want no shortcuts. I want that spirit bomb to take 20 episodes to throw, you know? I forget how long it was, but I mean that's one of the coolest parts of Dragon Ball Z. Have you ever played Red Dog on Dreamcast? I don't think I have. I'm familiar with it, but I don't think I've played it. Narton celebrating the 1 year. Thank you, Narton. Appreciate it very much. Congrats on that new knob as well. You just discovered The Long Dark. That was a cool game. Yeah, I enjoyed that. In terms of survival games go. It was a cool atmosphere in that game. Didn't play a hell of a lot of it, but played enough to get the feel for it. Yeah, I'm aware of Kakarot. I'd either play Kakarot or Attack of the Saiyans, or both. But at the same time, like, I forget some things about Dragon Ball Z, so watching the show, I would like for it not to be spoiled, right? So if you play Kakarot, that's going to spoil pretty much everything. I think there's still some merit to, like, just sitting there and grinding away watching DBZ. I mean, hell, a cool incentive would be to just, like, watch one episode every time you get on the treadmill at the gym or something. Episode's what, like 20 minutes? Take a while, but you can knock it out. Yeah, I still got my original DVDs for the original Dragon Ball. I enjoyed that show. Not as much as Dragon Ball Z, but it was fun. Have I played Don't Starve? No, I don't think I tried Don't Starve. I've watched a lot of that game though. I don't... If I played it, maybe it was like a demo or something. But I don't remember too much about my experience with it. Not really something I'd revisit now though, if I'm being honest. Do I collect movies? I used to. Not anymore. With all the streaming services now, it's like, honestly, I just stream movies. I have a decently big horror and like, I wouldn't say sci-fi fantasy. I mean, I got some like sci-fi fantasy stuff, you know, the typical Lord of the Ring crap. And I've got a pretty decent like anime film DVD Blu-ray collection. But most of it is just horror movies. I also have some, I shouldn't even say some, I have a ton of horror VHS. But I don't really collect them anymore. I just stream everything for movies. It does make me want to get back into getting DVDs and stuff, because it's getting very annoying where, even with Amazon Prime, you go to like watch a movie on there and it's like, oh, we need $4 for you to rent this. It's like, man, I'd rather just track down the DVD for $4 or $5. Easier said than done though. If you go into a thrift store, it's cleared out of the kind of things I'd be want to watch anyway. Using the elliptical all week because your ankles are hurting. Yeah, there's no reason to rush the incline on the treadmill. You want to be comfortable, right? Like, you don't want to destroy your ankles. So that's $700 for bulk games. Yep, for PS4 stuff. I don't think I watch much Berserk, no. Like I said, I haven't watched too many series. Dying Light the Beast. I didn't play Dying Light the Beast, I played Dying Light 2. Briefly. I barely touched the Dying Light series. I was, Oh, so this is what the Spice Girls are doing these days. There you go. The video game? Like I said, there's always something I scroll by where I'm like, damn, we gotta get into PC games. Old PC games. Yeah, I did like a sponsored stream for Dying Light 2. It seemed alright. The graphics were pretty cool. But I don't... Those games demand a lot of time. I don't think it's something I'd ever stream in October. They're just too long. Did I enjoy collecting for the Saturn or Mega Drive more? I really enjoyed Saturn collecting at the time. Like I grew up with the Genesis, so I passively collected for that for most of my life. But I really enjoyed curating a Saturn collection, especially back when games were not as expensive as they are now. There was very little demand for Saturn when I was collecting for it. And I always loved picking up the Saturn exclusives. That is quite a crash plush. $100 for that little keychain. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's the bootleg. My favorite console to collect for? Well, if you include imports, it would be PS1. If you don't include imports, then it would probably be either the Game Boy Color or the PS2. It's a cool cover for the Star Fox Guide. Never realized. I thought it had a different cover. But I guess there's multiple. Hello, Noah. Are we even serious anymore? Like, what in the world is this? They ain't even trying with these boxes anymore. That's the cover, and this is the back of the box. At this point, I would highly suggest the fat PS2. Slims break too easily, and they have a problem with the ribbon inside can lift up and scratch your games while the disc spins. That's never happened to me, but it is a possibility that can happen. It's happened to a lot of people. The only problem with the fat PS2 is they tend to have a harder time reading blue disc games. How did this get so like? This was one of the games that was on sale during Black Friday for like $15 on Amazon. How is this suddenly $70? That is crazy. It looks like a cool game too. It's like a Metroidvania with very colorful graphics. But this was one of the cheap games last Black Friday. Now all of a sudden it's $70. Do I have a non-yellow Super Nintendo? I got the Model 2, so I don't have the Model 1, which I believe is way more prone to yellowing. I do have this Star Ocean game on Game Boy Color. It's an unofficial release, like I don't understand why. It's just so expensive. Anybody can just make a reproduction of the cart. It's definitely got some of the coolest graphics out there for Game Boy Color. You didn't know about the ribbon issue in the first game you tried was a brand new game. Perfect circle scratch on the disc. Oof. Yeah. Yeah, it's scary. Yeah, check your Slim PS2s before you ever put a disc in there. Make sure that ribbon, you'll see it in there by the laser. Make sure it's not lifting up and extending past the opening. But the thing is, as it reads the disc, it'll like retract and protract and it'll like lift up with the lid closed. So, I would just, if you're playing a very expensive game, I'd say just play it on the fat. If you're playing cheaper games, the Slim is fine. But I was playing so much PS2 over the past couple years, my Slims were just breaking. 2 of my Slims broke. So I'm kind of done with them. Oh wow, they come out with there was a physical version of Bleak Face? Not a North American version though. I like this game. Physical Bleak Faith Collector one-shot comic? Oh, that's neat. Was it a comic book? Yeah, I always like the form factor of the Slim. It's pretty sleek and small. But these days I value my consoles not dying constantly. Better lasers. No potential to scratch my games. However, that is not completely true. I played so much SOCOM 1 back in the day that it did scratch my disc. That freaking CD never left my console in the fat PS2, but it still put rings on the disc from spinning so much. So it is possible, it does still happen, but you gotta play a game for like thousands of hours. So I think most of you will be safe. Thank you, thanks Diarrhea, appreciate it, thanks for the 100 kicks. Oh my god, sorry. Have I hit the gym this weekend? Today was an off day, but unfortunately for the next 1 to 4 weeks I've got to rewrite my routine because of this chest injury. I can't do any, I shouldn't say any, but I can only do, I'm gonna have to like see when I go tomorrow. I'm not gonna be able to really do things that have any kind of pushing or pulling involved until this injury goes away. So it is what it is. Gotta take it slow. Anything that would stretch the chest, I can't do it. The Christmas Pickle comes with a soundtrack. Physical video games now are just becoming a meme, apparently. Look at all the resellers on here just trying to flip it. I have no idea what an SN operator is. Sorry, Jazz. I only drink protein shakes when I have to. If I hit my protein goals for the day, then I don't force myself to drink a protein shake. And it even has a keychain, as if it really needed more stuff to go with it. I am a little curious about the game though, like what it actually is. 7,000 steps a day is definitely a good target to aim for. I aim for 7 to 10,000. I'll tell you the easiest way to hit it, and it's a great habit if you're looking to lose weight. I've been doing it now for like a few weeks. Anytime you eat a big meal, breakfast, lunch, or dinner, go for a, at minimum, 10-minute walk. Immediately after you eat. That gets your steps will accumulate so fast. And it's very good because it doesn't allow the stuff that you eat to essentially turn into fat at the end of the day, like if we're skipping all the science stuff. It forces your body to absorb what you ate and put it towards the energy you're expending to walk rather than absorbing it into your blood glucose. It's a good habit. Even if you do it 1 out of 3 times, 2 out of 3 times, when you can, just try and immediately get a walking pad if you don't want to walk outside. Try and go for a 10 to 30 minute walk. And then by the end of the day, you easily hit your 7,000 steps. Metabolism, yeah, it does a lot for you. Just look it up, you'll see. At first I was like, ooh, walking after you eat, isn't that going to make it harder to digest and upset your stomach? That can happen for some people, but for most people it actually helps you digest. He just got diagnosed with super high hereditary cholesterol. There's a lot of foods you can eat to help lower cholesterol as well. You should look into them. This is one of the harder Genesis games out there. Twinkle Tail is a cool game. Extremely hard, though. I think. Oh, wait, no. Actually, Twinkle Tail, I'm not sure. No, I did play Twinkle Tail. Twinkle Tail is hard. Not as hard as Underline, though. Underline is really hard. I have a reproduction of Twinkle Tail. Well, here's the R zone that I have. If you're going to get an R zone, this is the version to get. This is by far the coolest one to play. Instead of having the little thing that goes in front of your eye, you can... Well, I had to get this one to stream it. But this one's just on a giant screen. Huge screen. It projects it upwards, so it uses a light bulb. And it projects the game cart up onto a screen, like a projector. Sure, there's tons of you out there looking into an R zone, so figured I'd let you know. Yeah, I've heard that random game stores were getting Poop Slinger shipped to them. Apparently the rumor is it's like the guy that made that... What is the game? Takashi or something? One of the other super rare limited games. He wants that to forever be the rarest physical PS5 game, so he is destroying... Or the PS4 game, so he's like destroying the value of Poop Slinger. I really hope that's true, because that just sounds ridiculous. Still gotta play this legendary game. This looks like a game... Like, I totally ignored this back in the day when it came out. But I think I'd really like this now. A first-person shooter with, like, all this mythological monsters and stuff. I think I'd really like it. First one is a blue shiny Totodile. So, is it... Just want to make sure it's the right cards. Is it this one? This is like my favorite one. I freaking love that art. Look at that art. That is just so amazing. Is it that one? From Expedition? Not sure if there was another e-reader Totodile. It might be the only one. I think there was one more though. The e-reader cards, I swear, they just had the best. Like, look at this freaking Cubone. You can't tell me that e-reader doesn't have the best art for vintage Pokemon. The only downside is the artwork is very condensed. No rainbow, but shiny. Oh, it's not a rainbow, that's just the reflection. Yeah, it's not, that's just the foil reflection in the photo. So depending on the condition, you've got to, you know, this is moderately played. So it depends on the condition. Which, you know, if you're looking to sell them, that determines value big time with these freaking cards. So it would have like moderate, definitely look into learning how to, if anything, list them as an auction if you're not sure. You don't want to underprice your cards for Pokemon. Because the freaking scalpers will swoop in and buy. I'm not even joking, they'll buy them within like 5 seconds. This is actually like, this seems more like lightly played to me personally. But yeah, you know, you're looking at it somewhere by between a $70 and $100 card depending on the condition. Way more if it's mint. If it's a mint condition copy, then you could get way more for it. If you're looking to get the most amount of money, I would not recommend selling all of your reverse holo Pokemon cards from the e-reader series as a lot. I'm just telling you right now. Unless you're doing an auction. But even then, you got to be ready to take a big hit. Because believe me, if you have Skyrim reverse holos, I mean, you have cards in there that are worth several $100s each, potentially. And do not pair them with like Animal Crossing e-reader cards. Separate them. Make sure your Pokemon stuff is separate from the other e-reader stuff. The Pokemon people do not care about the other e-reader cards. Trust me. Pokemon Stadium. I think I've got to do a quick playthrough of Pokemon Yellow first. Because if I just play Pokemon Stadium, I have to use rental Pokemon, which is fine. But it's apparently very hard. Shiny is the Vulpix. I think there's multiple e-reader Vulpixes you can have. That's a good one to have, though. But even the ones that aren't shiny can be worth money if it's a good Pokemon, depending on the set it comes from. Just letting you know. If I were you, if you're looking to maximize how much money you get, I would research every single Pokemon e-reader card that you have before you try and sell it. Hollow or not. Because the e-reader Pokemon cards are actually going crazy right now. They're way more expensive than they used to be a year ago. It's a nice little display. It's like a little fold-up standee. Not $105 nice, but it's cool. Play yellow in stadium. Wait, did they actually let you play? How can you play yellow in stadium? I wanted to take my team from yellow and put it in the stadium, if that's what you meant. Yeah, that's the best way to do it. Where it'll say like 20 out of like 130, like whatever the numbers are, just type that into eBay, you'll find them. Oh my god. What is this? Air Guys Christmas Big Box? Whoever knew that was a thing. What in the world? T-shirt and greeting card? This is the first time I've ever seen this. That's gotta be a holy grail for the PS1 for sure. This has to be one of the rarest things, collector's editions. Whatever this is, I didn't even know this was a thing. Oh, it's Japanese? Oh, maybe that would explain why. I was gonna say, that being in the US, that is crazy. Of course it's from Japan. Wait, it's the US version. But why does the back of the box say Japanese? Oh, it just says Japanese, Chinese, English. Very interesting. Season's greetings, but then it's not a Air Guys card. Wait, released in Japan and only ever released in Hong Kong. Oh, advertised in Japan and only ever released in Hong Kong. It's complete in box containing never opened orange Sephiroth t-shirt, the game, and an exclusive greeting card. This is so rare. The only other listing was posted 5 years ago. Only one you'll ever see. Well, you can't say that, because if there was another one 5 years ago, there may be another one 5 years from now. Only chance you'll ever get it. Alright, calm down, calm down. Located in California, San Francisco Bay Area, if local pickup is preferred. I'm not sure about $10,000 for that. I mean, I get it's rare, but at this point, you're pretty much just paying $10,000 for the shirt, a greeting card that doesn't even match the game, and the box it comes in. So I'm not sure there'd be too many bites for that. But it's cool. That's certainly rare. Yeah, maybe he bought it 5 years ago. That is very true. But how do they know that another one won't pop up? Especially now that they've posted it for 10,000 and blasted it out to the world. Maybe some other people in Hong Kong will be like, oh, I have that in my closet. But see, that's why I like searching rare as a search, because you come across things like that that you normally would not find. Yeah, they're Pokemon Pop-Tarts are definitely being scalped. Pokemon anything. A PlayStation 3 inflatable football. I wonder what the story was on this, like where was it given away? Probably launch parties maybe? Given the old logo? I still gotta play Dr. Muto. It's one of the few PS2 platformers from that era I still haven't really played much at all. Is it any good? Have any of you played that? $100 for a Pokewalker. Any of you still use your Pokewalker? Am I gonna pick up the new Neo Geo? I'll have to wait and see. You'll see me unbox whatever I decided to get. Yeah, is that Cory in the House game still going for... I mean, obviously it's not going for hundreds of dollars anymore. I hate price spikes like that. The meme price spikes are just so silly. I used to have this controller. I don't remember how I got it. I guess it came in a lot or something, because I definitely didn't go out of my way to acquire it. I sold it, though. I think I sold it at a convention. Can't remember. Kind of cool Mortal Kombat controllers, though. Wait, oh, it's just the box. I'm like, where's the controller? That's kind of ridiculous. They want just $43 for the box. I guess it's kind of rare. I don't know. Thank you, Renegade. Appreciate it. Thank you for the kicks. I don't know, Narton. We've seen so many weird things over the years, I can't even remember them all. Just really the moldy games, the people that like take their photos in crime scenes and super duper moldy games are just... I just can't believe how many people post listings like that. Okay, so they let you use the pack to play red, blue, or yellow in Pokemon Stadium. Interesting. So you're saying I can actually put in a copy of Pokemon Yellow into the controller pack thing, and it'll let me play it through Stadium? I might have to do that. That sounds fun. I wonder how it would look with the analog 3D. You can speed it up too? Really? They had a speed up option through Pokemon Stadium? Is that a Pokemon Stadium exclusive thing? I mean, it'll feel weird because I literally just played Leaf Green. But I'm thinking the way to do a Stadium playthrough is to predetermine what Pokemon I'm supposed to catch for my playthrough through some kind of like randomizer. And then specifically hunt and catch those Pokemon on my playthrough. That way there's like no question about what I'm going to catch and level up. So I can carry that team in the Stadium. And then I got to research like what's a good level to train them to so it's fair and fun in Stadium. A speed up option is kind of cool. Is it just like double speed? That's like an emulator kind of thing. I had no idea there was an official capacity to speed it up. Randomized rental team, that's really for like hardcore Pokemon players. You probably wouldn't even be able to beat the game. Because in order to beat the game with rental Pokemon, there's specific guides out there that people follow for very specific teams. Beating the game with rentals is no joke. You can even give them moves, really. So you can just give whatever Pokemon in Pokemon Yellow you want, like whatever move from Oak's lab. Thanks, Wafer Boy. Thank you very much for the 113 months. Levels are preset. So like no matter what Pokemon I bring over, they just auto-level them. But they'll bring the moves that I teach them, right? You unlock double speed and then triple speed. How do you unlock double and triple speed? What do you gotta do? Here's the Blair Witch survival horror games on PC. I'm sure you'll eventually see one of these pop up for Horror Game Month. Very atmospheric survival horror games. A little long though, they're not super short. You realize you were not live and you're reading chat 5 minutes behind. I believe that's actually one of the triggers on Twitch, by the way, that doesn't even count you as a live viewer. Believe it or not. Yeah, make sure you're always like live and not, even if you're like 30 seconds or a minute behind, they don't even count you as a viewer. But maybe if you're chatting, they do. But yeah, that's just a reminder for people on YouTube and Twitch, because it happens all the time without people even realizing it. Like, you're watching the stream, but you're actually watching, like, the replay of it. You gotta make sure on YouTube, you gotta hit the button that says live, and then that catches you up to being in real time, like, so you're actually live. And then Twitch, I don't know what the hell you hit on Twitch, you probably just refresh the stream. Or just make sure the play button is, like, all the way up. I forgot I picked up the digital version of this. I still gotta play this. Gimmick 2. It looks like a really good game. I think I'd really enjoy it. Doesn't look as hard as the original 2, which is a plus. First one's brutal. No, I haven't played Darkwood. Beating certain cups unlocks... Oh, you have to beat cups in Pokemon Stadium? Oh, that's silly. So I can't, like, play through Yellow first. Right? But wait a minute. Hold on. Is there a recommended way to play through Pokemon Yellow? Right? Say, like, I play Yellow and I beat Misty. Can I jump into Stadium and, like, beat one of the really early cups with my very early team? Is that kind of the recommended way to do it? You don't have to necessarily beat Yellow and then play Stadium, right? You can kind of, like, step by step alternate between the two. Is that a thing? I would do that. That sounds fun. Oh, look! Look at what game it is. This is the first time I've ever seen the big box for it. This was one of the highlight games of last year's Horror Month. The Devil Inside. This is the one with the camera, man. The really over-the-top, super glitchy, like, miracle that I even finished this game. Survival horror. This is the one where the guy transforms back and forth between, like, the seductress woman, whatever you want to call it, with the game show vibes. What a weird game. What a weird game. Yeah, I've never seen the physical big box for it. Very hard to finish this game because there's so many glitches and things that can go wrong to make your game crash and unwinnable. I seriously, like, had about 5 times at least where I'm like, that's it, I can't continue the game. It's locked, I can't do anything. And one of the times it was, like, glitched, I think, and I had to, like, reload a save and unglitch it. Hello, poker face. But you might struggle a bit if your team isn't the exact same level. Well, that's fine. I would just make sure I level my team up to whatever level is expected. I'll have to look and see if there's a guide and a way to do that. I think it would be really cool to take low-level Pokemon into Stadium and, like, beat cups as you go. But it is kind of silly that you only unlock Doduo and Dotrio, which is an amazing name, by the way, for the speed-ups, by beating certain cups. So, like, when would you unlock triple speed? When you've practically beat the game already? Here's a very rare t-shirt edition of Virtua Fighter on 32X. Pretty hard to find this. Price reflects that rarity. See, but that's the weird thing, right? If you have to beat certain cups to get double and triple speed, by the time you unlock double and triple speed, you've already probably finished the Game Boy game. That's just kind of a weird unlock method. I thought they would have had it from the start. Found a super sparkly Blastoise. Does it look like he's swimming in water? Or does he look like a computer-generated Blastoise? It depends on the Charizard. When you say super sparkly, I'm assuming you mean a reverse. So there's one that's way more desirable than the other. Wait a minute, you have Crystal Charizard? Hold on. If you have this, is it this? Because I don't know what you mean by super sparkly. You might mean this. Reverse. Well, that's the reverse jumbo. If it's not the Skyridge Charizard, then you probably have the Expedition, which is one of the least desirable Charizards out there, sadly. This one. If you have this Expedition Charizard, that's a different story. This one is desirable, this one not quite as much, just because the art is... people don't really like it that much. It has stars in the holo. Oh, so you mean it's not an e-reader Charizard? Is it an e-reader Charizard? He's flying. So is it this one? So you have the hollow version of this Charizard. This here. Yeah, depending on condition, I mean, you can see this person has a really terrible one. They want $300. They're not getting $300 for that. A lot of them are going to be highly played. Depends on the condition. Condition's everything. Once you beat 2 cups in Stadium, Poke Cup, and Prime Cup, you unlock the Dodrio Tower. You still have plenty of game left in Stadium. Where would you say I would be up to in yellow by the time I beat or unlock the Dodrio Tower? Oh wow, Poppin' Music plushes, that's pretty obscure. Never saw that before. Pretty cool if you're a fan of that series. Wait, what is this? Is this like one of those books where it's like the actual stories in the book? What is this? Oh, it looks like it is. That's kind of cool. So the one thing you want to look at is you just want to make sure there's no scratches, no dents. Especially on the back. The centering is also a big deal. I'm gonna be honest, if your Charizard looks like it's very mint condition, you're probably gonna want to get that graded rather than sell it raw. If the back doesn't have white dots and everything, that's a big deal as well. Lusty Maiden, yeah, you want to read that chapter, right? Did they ever release a book that had like all the Elder Scrolls books put into like physical form? Pretty sure they did something like that, right? So you mean you've never escaped the sewer dungeon from Oblivion, Norton? Come on now. It's the best part of the whole series. Norton escapes the Oblivion sewer, gets into the vast, beautiful open world, and says, hey, you know what? Shuts it off never again. It's like, nah. Not good enough. Did I miss anything by not playing any of these Mario Party games all these years? I seriously pretty much just played and loved the first Mario Party. I rented Mario Party 2 and I was just like, it's fun, but it was missing something. And then after that, I never played another Mario Party game. So was there a Mario Party, like even if you were playing it single player, was there one that was just like, man, you had to have played this one? Because I haven't played a Mario Party since the second game. Yeah, playing the multiplayer is definitely the way to do it. When you play them alone, it just feels wrong. I was begging for the longest time. I was like, come on, I'll play Mario Party again. Just release it with online. And I got tired of waiting. By the time they finally released Mario Party with online, I actually just didn't care anymore. I wanted it so bad for so long. I remember ranting about it on All Gen Gamers. I was like, come on. It was like the DS version or something when they were able to start adding online. I'm like, how does the DS version of Mario Party still not have online multiplayer? This makes no sense. It took them way too long to introduce that. I'm actually kind of shocked that Harvest Moon doesn't cost more money for a complete copy on N64. It just feels like the kind of N64 game that would be way more money. I guess maybe because we look at Harvest Moon on Super Nintendo and that one's way more, so it's kind of like just weird to see 64 so cheap comparatively. So how is Pokemon Coliseum compared to Stadium? Is it a step up? And is this one also kind of playable if you don't import Pokemon? I feel like this one would be more of a pain to import. Gotta save them all. I wonder if this is good with rentals. Can you use emeralds? Would emerald work? Mystic Knights I don't have, no. I was hunting it for a very, very long time. Like, if a copy would have showed up on eBay back when nobody knew about it, I would have bought it. Because it wouldn't have been as much money. But, unfortunately, the internet found out about the game before copies started showing up. Pokken tournament, yeah. Oh, thank you, Linguini. Thank you very much for the raid. Hope you guys had a good stream. What are you up to tonight? Oh, Battle Revolution. Yeah, I haven't played any of those spin-offs. Here's another one that I really want to play one day. This song is pretty terrible. Do you not like that noise? Leisure Suit Larry 2. The only Leisure Suit Larry game I've played is Magna Cum Laude. on the PS2. Highly recommend it. Highly recommend it. Probably the craziest PS2 game I've ever played, and I've played a lot of crazy PS2 games. I think it also has a PC version. I can't remember. Or actually, is that one? I think that might be console exclusive. Hello, Mr. Big. Hello, David. I'm doing alright. Oh, it's with the collection? Oh, you gotta play that one. That one is crazy. Yeah, I'll never forget that game. It's also like fully 3D engine, so it's not like the other ones where it's point click. Here's your daily reminder that Dirge of Cerberus is actually a pretty fun game and you should give it a second chance. We've been finding some good things here or there. Nothing crazy. It's typically how eBay goes these days. It's more about the conversations at this point. Now that is a high quality photo. They're definitely using like a DSLR or some kind of filter on their iPhone. It's like a portrait. Dirge of Cerberus was about 6 or 7 hours, I believe. It's not a very long game. You can also play it with a mouse. It's a PS2 game that you can play with mouse controls for aiming. Wait, this game still goes for $47? Time to find my copy and sell it. Maybe, I bet you it still goes for $47 because it has a manual. I renewed my P.O. box today because I want to start selling some games and cards and stuff on eBay, so if I can find what I did with this, I think I'm going to sell that. It's worth more than I thought it would be. Unless this person's just asking more than they should be. There were a lot of these crime detective games on DS. I didn't play this one. I remember this one getting pretty poor reviews at the time, though. I probably got a lot of poor reviews because people were just constantly comparing every one of these types of games that came out to Hotel Dusk. Unravel the clues as FBI agent Jonathan Weaver, the sole survivor of a shocking murder 19 years ago. Dive into the interactive crime novel filled with unexpected twists. This feels like it would be fun to play now. It's held like a novel. Full motion video sequences. Anybody play this? No, I would not buy a DDR dance platform. I mean, if I was given the opportunity to get one of those official arcade ones for free, then sure, I would take it somehow. But I'm not buying one of those. I've never played DDR, probably never will. I'd rather play a music rhythm game with my hands. And DDR is intimidating because it's one of those music rhythm games that's been around for so long, so if you go to an arcade and there's a machine there and you go to play it, you're going to look like a fool either way because you're not going to know what the heck you're doing. Whereas at least the other music rhythm games, you know, not a lot of people may be familiar with those, so you can kind of look like you know what you're doing with those. OKAG Shadow King. Actually looks like it's potentially going up in price a little bit. I've been noticing people are asking a little bit more money for OKAG. Which still does not work on the PS5, by the way. I'm still kind of pissed about that. I think if I ever go back to play it, I'm just going to have to play it on PS2. You have the Air Guys Collector's Edition Square Window. How did you acquire it? eBay or something? Or did you go to Hong Kong? Yeah, OKAG. Yeah, it's one of my favorite PS2 RPGs. I'm a big OKAG fan. I used to do speedruns of it. I also have the action figures. There's like a action figure line for OKAG. They're pretty rare. I still have mine in the box. Should be some on eBay maybe. There was a time where these were so rare you wouldn't see them turn up for like a whole year. But they're a lot more common now. Yeah, here they are. Like, when I was trying to get these, I had them on my watch list for years before they showed up, but now they're kind of like... They're still rare, but you can usually find them if you're looking. But it's the full cast of characters, I believe. No, actually it's missing... What's his name? Kistler? It's missing the scientist guy. Which is a shame. Would have been so cool if they could release the full line. This is the best one because it comes with Stan. I actually kind of wish I had them without the box because I'd like to display them on a shelf rather than having to keep it in the box. I still look forward to E3 next week, yeah. I'll be streaming all of them. I probably won't be streaming all the indie ones, but like we'll be doing the big ones. PlayStation, Summer Game Fest, Xbox, Nintendo. Which, yeah, thank you for the reminder. I will be streaming on Twitch and YouTube and Kick and Rumble all of the E3 stuff in June. I think the first one is what, June 2nd with PlayStation, right? And then June 5th is Summer Game Fest. Nintendo's, I think, is like, what, June 10th or something? Have they given a date for that? Xbox, I don't remember when theirs is, but... Yep, we do it every year, so I'll be streaming all of them. Oh, I definitely prefer Dark Cloud over OKAG. E3 season, always a fun time. Even though the E3 is now pale in comparison to the old ones, there's still something very exciting about watching them still, especially with everybody. We can all get excited and disappointed together. Did I see Lara Croft is getting an action figure with G.I. Joe crossover? I haven't seen that. Is it based off of her old design or her new design? There's only one Lara Croft figure that I really want. It's this old statue from like 1997 with her old original design. Like it's just, like it was ripped straight out of the games. I love this person's photos. It just looks so nice. Depth of field, am I right? Yeah, Dark Cloud died with the PS2, unfortunately. Level 5 put their priorities elsewhere. It's really a shame. Now they're just like a gotcha AI company. They're moving in a weird direction. Let's look up PS1. Yeah, that is the main reason that there's not a new Dark Cloud game. Is it's not up to level 5, it's up to Sony. I guess Sony would have to be the ones that crack the whip. Be like, hey, make us a new Dark Cloud. Or they'd have to sell the rights, and then level 5 can maybe be free from the shackles. Isn't it shocking how cheap Star Ocean still is on PS1? This has always been cheap. It's one of the few PS1 RPGs that just like really never saw any price increase. Back in the day, this used to be like a $15, $20 game. It's still very cheap. It's common. That's one of the most common PS1 RPGs, though. Also, this Reboot game is pretty neat. You don't even have to be a fan of Reboot to enjoy it. It's sort of like a futuristic Tony Hawk with guns. Definitely worth playing. There's a lot of skating in this game. You miss Killzone? So do I. I was a huge Killzone fan. Killzone 2 and 3 especially. I used to play them online all the time. I actually streamed playing Killzone 3 online. I was pretty good at that game. Back when it was out. Shadowfall, I couldn't get into that. But something tells me if I revisit it today, maybe I'd actually kind of like it. I don't know. Here's Boku no Natsusumi from one of my recent pickups videos. This will be streamed this summer. I'll be streaming this game. That'll be fun. It's a game about a summer vacation, so we can't be playing this in the spring. But also, I gotta make sure that my Japanese PS1 still works, or PS2 still works. It was having trouble with PS2 stuff, but maybe PS1 would work a little different. I might have to do a test stream beforehand to make sure I don't gotta get a new one. I might just get a Japanese fat PS2 to be safe regardless, so it doesn't scratch my discs. I'll have to look into that. Because, you know, if I were to start streaming some of my Japanese PS1 games, they are way more pricey these days than they were when I first bought them. I wouldn't want that ribbon scratching any of those discs. Well, I think there was a sequel to Criminal Girls. I believe there's 2 of those games. First game was kind of terrible. It's just not a fun RPG. Private server for Killzone 2. I never considered it. Is it easy to hook up? Like, is it pretty straightforward if people just like, what do you gotta do, just pop a disc in and play? Or is there more to it? This is Dr. Mario title screen. A fat white Japanese PS2, yeah. I wouldn't mind a color variant if it's not too expensive. Let's actually see how much it costs. Oh my god, Heart of Darkness is getting expensive. It's $115. Japanese PS2 console. So it looks like for a... Oh yeah, that would be... I mean, if this is guaranteed to work, if they're tested... 392 sold. My goodness, what a business they got going. It would also be easy to differentiate real quickly, too, that this would be my Japanese PS2. They don't say anything about if it works. That's a little scary, but I'd have to look through the feedback. You just change your DNS settings on PS2 to the private server. Does that work with any other PS3 games? Like something that simple? I can get a Sakura Pink Edition. Now that's tempting. That also looks pretty nice. I'd be worried about scratching that up though. It's a tough one. Sakura Pink might be the one. Silver's kind of cool too. Man, Japan got so many. Look at the colors they got. What would you guys choose between these? The blue one's kind of nice. The white though is pretty slick. Which colors did not come to the US? Obviously Sakura Pink, right? But what did we only ever get? I think we got a black, and then like, didn't we get one other color for Fat PS2? I don't know. I don't really keep up with that, so I don't remember. Clear blue or white? Yeah. Well, I might pick up a new Japanese PS2, yeah. Because my Slim, the last time I was using it, was dying for my Japanese games. Yeah, they all look cool. Big 160 streak today. Yeah, let me hold on. I can't see streaks anymore. It's terrible, unfortunately, with this multi-chat. Like the thing that I get alerts on, it doesn't show me streaks. But thank you for giving me the heads up, and thank you, Kalen, for 160 streak. Very big streak. The white one all the way. We never got white in the US, right? I'll have to decide. They all look great. They all look really cool. Except for the black. I don't want the black one. I want something different. We had silver, right? No, I don't know if we got a silver fat one, though. And I don't need I just need the console. I don't need cords. I don't need a controller. I don't need any of that. Just the console. A Gundam gold console? I swear, Japan is crazy. Look at this one. Just when you think you've seen them all. Now that looks pretty slick. It's a little scratched. Have I looked into Aura rings? I'm not sure. It sounds familiar. That looks so good with the blue logo. Sadly, the gold seems like it's the most rare and probably the most expensive. The white looks so good, though. That looks so good with that logo. God, I miss the original PS2 logo so much. Imagine if they used this font type for PS5 and PS6, it would look so cool. Is that dust? What is that? That is definitely dust, isn't it? It's looking weird. We got decisions to make. We got time. Yeah, that's why I told people to make sure, especially on YouTube, that you hit the live button on the streams to make sure you're like actually live and not behind. 115. Not bad for such a great horror game. This used to be very cheap back in the day. It's gone up a lot. I love Galarians. This is definitely a game I'll replay. That was like such a weird, unforgettable game. And unfortunately, when I was streaming this, my PS2 is just starting to die. And I was getting a lot of like skipping errors. Because I remember, I'm pretty sure it wasn't my disc. I think my disc was pretty clean. So I think this was the beginning of my PS2 starting to die. I always recommend this when I can, though, for the people out there that think they've played all the best survival horror games on PS1. If you have not played Galarians, you're missing out. I know it may not look like a horror game from the cover, and especially from the first hour or two of the gameplay. You just gotta stick with it. I don't know what is starting to die. It's the laser has a hard time reading discs. So, whatever controls that. And games would freeze, and... The best example was when I was trying to stream Digital Devil Saga. And that was a fun stream. I was really enjoying it. Every time I got in the battle, some of you probably remember, the battle would take about 45 seconds to load. Every battle. And that was because of the laser. The disc was mint. Yeah, they were all slims. That's why I'm done with slims. No more slims. Fats only. Fat PS2s only. Where's my... I mean, it almost makes me feel like I gotta update my emote where I'm stroking and kissing my PS2. Because it's the slim PS2, I believe I'm doing that too. I'm not familiar with mods for the Slim, to be honest with you. Oh, we gotta do affiliates soon. It's actually not terrible for servo load if it's good condition. This one is really hard to find without the spine curling up. Ooh, no wonder it's a good price. That's rough. Ouch. Yeah, I'm not sure a resurface is gonna save that. How would that even happen? Oh my goodness. I think someone still may buy that for the box and the manual, because finding that game with a really good condition box and manual is not the easiest. I might look into speedruns of Bubsy. I mean, I know the viewership would probably be pretty bad for that, because I don't think people are going to want to watch me grinding Bubsy 40 speedruns, but I want to at least see how I feel about the speedruns in that game, so sometime next week. All right, let's bring up affiliate. Don't worry about disk rot. Currently, no. Oh shoot, I gotta make a second incognito for this. We are looking at things people bought with my eBay affiliate link between the dates of May 16th and May 22nd. That's a pretty short one this week. Starting with 25 Japan Game Boy Color Complete in Box Games Clear Protective Box Protectors. Okay, so like the little boxes for the Japanese games. Interesting. Someone must be collecting Japanese Complete in Box Game Boy stuff. Final Fantasy 2 for the PSP for 16. I think someone bought the first one last week. It wouldn't be an eBay affiliate stream without another art book illustration. Let's pick the $9 one this time. But I'm going to preview it first. Some of these are fine. Some of them are just like, ooh, what are we looking at kind of thing. I gotta remember to open another window for that. Let me examine it first. Okay. Apparently, if you like cat girls and bat girls and fox girls, this is the art book for you. What is that? Cores? There you go. That's for all the art book fans out there. Not sure what that's based on. But I'm sure some people in chat know. See? Viren's knows. Layton's Mystery Journey. Millionaire's Conspiracy Deluxe for the Switch. $46. Summertime art book. Yeah, thank you, Linguini. Thank you again for the raid. You have a good one. Mobile Suit Gundam MS Complete Collection 2015 art book illustration. Complete collection art book illustration? Let's see what that is. That's pretty cool. All the Gundams. Like the cover. Evil Dead 2 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray. With a slipcover. Yeah, I don't own any physical 4K Blu-rays. Or Ultra HD discs. I started watching Gundam Zero, yes. Unfortunately, I never finished it, but it seemed like a pretty cool show. I could always go back to it. That's when I was getting into the Gundam card game, but I don't have time for that anymore. I was getting into that to play it, but I wouldn't have time to play a card game these days anymore. I played Robot Alchemic Drive. Yep. Yeah, I bought that not too long after it released. It was a great game. Blades of Fire Day 1 Edition for the PS5. What is that again? That sounds familiar. Oh yeah. It's a pretty new game. I remember looking at the trailer for this. Whoever bought it, let me know how it is if you play it. Buffy the Vampire Slayer for the original Xbox Complete 31. Sounds about right. I think the sequel to that, though, is worth a little bit more money. The Saboteur for PS3. I've heard good things about that game. Still haven't played it, but I've heard good things. Vib Ribbon for the PS1. That's a fun one. I tried streaming that a long time ago. Such a creative game. It's like Monster Rancher for music rhythm games. You just like pop in a random game or a CD and get a random music rhythm game. Tales of Vesperia Definitive Edition for the PS4. 3DS Professor Layton for $94. Wow. I've only ever played the first Professor Layton, I think. I may have tried playing the second now that I think about it. I can't recall. I was a big fan. Wow, I can't believe that's $100. I was a really big fan of the original one, like most people were. I just never expected this to balloon into such a long-running series. SCART RGB Super Famicom Professional Alta. I guess you're just getting the RGB cables through Super Famicom. Something along those lines. SCART cable. Joy-Con 2 left and right blue red. Whatever BEEAJAAA means. Maybe a code for them to know what one to send you. So like I said, pretty short one this week. We'll give the coolest purchase of the week to... I'm going to say the person that bought Vib Ribbon. Because it's nice to see more Japanese PS1 imports on here. Yours didn't appear. What did you guys pick up? Does it normally show your stuff if you pick something up? Or is it this one they just didn't show it? Yeah, Stream Blue Stinger. That was a classic. Got some good clips out of that one. Did you buy it with a different method? Like, did you buy it in a way that you normally wouldn't, like accepting or sending an offer or anything like that? Or was it just like a normal purchase? Yeah, you can post the listing. Yeah, sometimes the best offer may screw with it, would be my guess. Oh, this is a pretty cool lot. I remember when I was trying to get this Nanotech Warrior game, it was actually really hard to track down for some reason at the time. There were almost no copies on eBay, and the ones that did show up are very poor condition. Tempest N2O and Nanotech Warrior are all very, like, similar to one another to some degree. What one is that? Pretty scratched up. I love how they're showing the bottom of the discs, but you don't know what game it is. Alright, this one looks like N2O because I can see it's missing the disc. This one is... Oh, that's also N2O. This one is Nanotech Warrior. Favorite album of all time? Oh geez, I never thought about something like that. Alright, let me see if I can get this into the incognito window. Hold on. It'd have to be an album where I like every single song, no exception. Alright, Echo picked up Spider-Man and X-Men Times Arrow Trilogy. Oh, those are some cool covers. Oh, it's got the foil logo. That one especially looks really cool with the gold. So these are like adult novels? Or what's the deal with these? Actually, they look like they might be for like young adult. Marvel's greatest heroes must go to the past to save the present. All new novel by Tom DeFalco and Jason Henderson. I know they say not to judge books by their covers, but these covers are pretty cool. Oh, they're pretty big. That's a pretty big novel. Oh, it's gonna have. These books are gonna have that nice, like you just walked into an antique shop kind of smell. Those pages are definitely gonna give off an aroma. Some people like it. Oh, I judge books by the cover all the time. I don't care what the saying is. When I walk into a bookstore, the first thing I'm judging is that freaking cover. Oh, if we're including movie soundtracks, then man, it would have to be probably the Lord of the Rings movies. Those are timeless. Game soundtrack is way harder to pick. I don't think I could pick that off the top of my head. It's really hard to compare game soundtracks to one another. I think for me that would have to depend on what point of my life I was in. Like, my choice for favorite album would have been way different in high school than it would be now. Now I'm not really sure. There are definitely some albums I've listened to way more than others. Like, I used to say my favorite band. I mean, it still kind of is my favorite band, but man, their music lately is not... It's not... I can't listen to, like, every one of their freaking songs like I used to be able to. But Sonata Arctica has always been my favorite band for, like, 20 years. And a lot of their early albums, I listen to every single song. I don't skip anything. That, to me, is, like, the mark of the best album. I don't listen to music while gaming. Whenever I'm gaming, I'm streaming, so I can't really do it anymore anyway. The only time I used to listen to music while playing games is when I would play Final Fantasy XI. Because after a while in that game, there's a lot of areas without music, so I kind of would just play my own music. And after a while, too, you kind of get tired of hearing the same song, battle song, over and over. So I would play my own music. Around that time, I was listening to a lot of Dream Theater and Blind Guardian. So those albums were very in sync with my 11 playing. I have so many of these imports that I'm scrolling by. A lot of them I still have to stream. You picked up Final Fantasy IV, then 1 and 2 based on the recommendation in the chat here. Those are cool versions of Final Fantasy on PSP. Somebody wants $120 for Eco, and it's not even sealed. People can't even sell a sealed copy for $120. What makes them think they're gonna get $120 for this? Susie Carolyn. Well, at least she's got good taste. At least she's like, you know what, this Eco game, I think it's worth $120. She has good taste in her games. Hello. This unplayed copy is from my personal collection and has been treated with greatest care. Damn right it has been. You better. These are the best games in my once vast collection. Everything is in brand new mint condition, including the case, disc pristine without scratches or even dust, and guaranteed to play perfectly. Registration card attached, not factory sealed. This is brand new, as the condition is far better than the average like new condition on eBay. Smoke-free home, game case protector included. Shipped securely in a box. Check the other items. Let's see their game taste. Oh, it's possible. Yeah, Eco's a blue disc game, so depending on your fat PS2, you may have a problem with it. Okay, this is just one of those people that wants to charge, like, right? Remember we just scrolled past a copy of Star Ocean for $35? Yeah, okay, that version was not the greatest condition. But we found the wacko sellers out there that think just because their games don't have a scratch on them, they can charge an extra $100 on top of it. $130 for Dark Cloud? Like, that is ridiculous. These prices are crazy. And you know, the sad part is, people will buy them, right? Let's check their sold listings. Why do you think they do this? Because you have people buying a $140 copy of Final Fantasy IX. Wait a minute. Is this the seller I think it is? Wait a minute. This is that seller that we found like a year ago. The scammer. Yeah, she's still scamming. Right? There's like a whole history with the seller that we looked into. Someone found like a Reddit thread on her. Yeah, all she does is list the same game over and over and over for crazy prices. The same photos year after year. There's like some scam going on here with this seller. Yeah, and she's still doing it. I knew that name sounded familiar. It makes no sense. And then the feedback was like weird too. All the feedback is like it's got to be fake, right? Like these people are spending 100 to 200% more on these games, and they're just like, oh, beautiful condition. Yes, I don't believe it. No, I really don't believe it. Yeah, there's a Reddit thread on this seller. Think about it. How is it possible that for years all this seller does is relist the same games over and over with the same photos for ridiculous prices, and they get all glowing feedback? It makes no sense. Yeah, it makes no sense. How do you have multiple copies of the same game in mint condition for years? What, a second copy of Eco? Like, come on. A horror game. Unfortunately, via Zen, I don't play horror games outside of October. But if you want to like DM me or something on Discord or X or something, I could see if it's something I'd be willing to play in October. But I can't guarantee anything. Yeah, it's just a very suspect seller. I knew they looked familiar. Yeah, I don't know what their incentive is, that seller, to be honest. Doesn't make sense to me. So what I'm thinking is like, maybe that's their way of trying to get people to actually, because think about it, right? Maybe they actually do have some of those games in mint condition. So they fabricate all of these fake feedbacks to make it look like they're a really good seller and their prices are worth it, so some random person comes along and says, oh yeah, $140 for Final Fantasy IX, that's a good price. This seller has a lot of feedback. And then they buy it. And then they actually get $140 for it. Just think about it. Are you more likely to spend premium price, 200 to 300% markup from somebody that has like 5 feedback, or somebody that has 3,000 with a bunch of fake feedback that you're unaware of? So it's a way to like trick people into thinking they're actually buying from a reputable seller. For the very rare times where they actually do sell a copy. So maybe they only make like $100 or $200 a month because they sell one legit game a month. That's my theory. Yeah, see, Norton linked the Reddit thread if any of you want to look through the lore. Alright, we can look at auctions too. There should be new ones ending. Well, it's either that or money laundering. Who knows? But the fact that they're still operating is crazy to me. Seems like she's scamming people and sending not near mint copies of people. That's possible too. It could also be somebody that works for eBay or knows somebody that works for eBay where they can kind of get away with this and get negative feedback removed. Let's see what they get. They go right to the hit card. Boom, boom, done. They go through the specs so quick. Thanks, Asti. Appreciate it very much. Thank you for the 51 months. I've never been scammed to that degree, no. A Reddit thread says she buys from other people on eBay and uses pictures from the nicest copy she owns. The one she delivers is different than the image. How does she still have 100% feedback, though? That makes no sense. Wouldn't she get negatives? Well, after 12 months passed, they removed the negatives after a negative's been on there for more than a year. Anybody need a... The hell is that? It almost looked like a lightsaber for a second, but it's too thick. It's a JBL speaker, okay. Open the pack. The Pokemaniacs need their hits. They need their dopamine. It looks like people aren't buying. They're waiting. They're waiting. They're like trying to sell. Oh, they've been doing this live stuff for a couple years now. Trying to shove it down our throats. If it isn't obvious, showing it to us every freaking page on auctions. So annoying. Cabela's lot, Dynasty Warriors 2. I don't know about you guys, but I just get like the biggest rush of nostalgia anytime I see like a launch PS2 game. Just something about them launch PS2 games. I think that's a very fun sub-collection to go for, by the way, if you're looking to do a sub-collection on a budget. Acquire every PS2 launch game. There's a lot of them, so it's not something you'd complete very quickly. And the most expensive one is going to run you like $40 or $50 for Shadow of Destiny. And there's such a great variety. I don't think I ever went back to it, Funyuns. No. I mean, I'm still up for visiting it one day, but I'm gonna be honest with you. If I play an RPG now, I'm streaming it, and I think I'd be less inclined to stream Symphonia over many other RPGs. So I'm not sure when that time will come. You hated the bouncer? I love the bouncer. Bouncer really holds up. That is one PS2 game that is timeless. The freaking ragdoll mechanics never get old in that game. Did I see the Neopets game they released on console? The Darkest Fairy on PS2? Oh, it's a collection of classic minigames? Wait, so they took old Neopets minigames and released it on console? When was that? I'm aware of Footballer Pete. Yeah, I'm aware of them because of MetaZoo. They have like tons of MetaZoo stuff. Or at least they did. I don't know how they get their stock either. Croc, Masters of Terrace Kazi, Soul Reaver Black Label, Chrono Cross, $133. Well, I guess it comes with the console. It's not a bad selection of games, but it's also not something to get super excited over. Neopets Mega Minigames Collection. And it's on home consoles? What consoles did they release it on? Is it as a physical version? It's on PS5? Did they release that on the digital store? How did I not see that? Neopets Mega Mini. That's kind of silly though, because if you're gonna play Neopets minigames, you might as well just do it on the website so you get credit for what you're doing. They want $25 for it. And wow, it really is just legit ancient Neopets minigames. Listen, if you're gonna play these freaking minigames, you might as well just boot up the web browser version, play them for free, and get something out of it. That's something. And it has a physical? That's kind of wild. What's a Neopet? Yeah, it was like something from the early 2000s that I never got into. It was like the virtual pet phenomenon on web browser. So it's like you would take care of virtual pets on your PC browser. Very popular at the time. Still possible to play today. I actually dabbled in it for the first time like 2 years ago, just for the fun of it to see how it was. I got very into it for a few weeks, I'm not gonna lie. But man, that is time intensive if you're gonna play Neopets. That is a no joke thing. I was doing, like, for those that played Neopets, for me to try and make money, I was doing the shop refresh thing where you like refresh shops over and over and over and try and like snipe stuff to sell. I was doing that. And then Battle Arena and selling like the stones that you would get from that. That's pretty much what I did for money. I got a couple of things that were worth big money from like random drops. I just had fun making money and putting it in the bank and earning interest. But Neopets, it's kind of rough to play these days. It's very ancient and archaic. You're still navigating like early 2000s web browser experience for a lot of that stuff. Some multi-carts in here. Some people like collecting those. I'm not even sure if I could still log into my Neopets account. I did a stream in Neopets. I don't think I still have that stream, but I did do a stream of it a year or two ago. Let's see. Let me see if I can log in. I didn't play it. Did I play it on this PC? Let's see. Damn, I definitely am not going to remember my login for this. And thank you, Mogi Mogi. Thank you very much for the resub. Yeah, I don't remember my login. Trying to see if it'll let me in a different way. So it's got the right login there. Let me try one more. I gotta do a password reset. I don't remember the login. But yeah, you should look into it if you're into like mid-early 2000s web browser based games. I don't like taking people's stuff in Neopets like that, because when I was playing it, I liked the grind to make the money. But I don't play it anymore. Would I ever go back to it? I have no idea. I had fun while it lasted, though. Thanks, Kaz. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's right. My name on there was PeteDorr. I did call it PeteDorr. Bestseller of the year 2026. eBay Japan Awards winner? Really? Hold on, is that really a real thing? 2025. I should print that out and put that in my listings. I would use Neopets. I have no idea. I tried email and Neopets, neither worked. I could see if I can get the password reset. Just so I could show you Neopets. Let's see. Alright, let me see if I can reset it real quick. If it's going to the right email, I'm assuming I use this one. Great, now they're going to start sending me emails again because they're going to see that I'm trying to log in again. Okay, reset. This is going to be very underwhelming, by the way, just so you know. I also got to open this in incognito. It may not, I may have to show this to you in a different window. My side account was called PeteDorr. Alright. Here, I'll just spend a couple minutes showing people. Don't worry, we're not going to be here looking at Neopets all day. Oh my god, it's like lagging my computer. There they are. PeteDorr, because he looks like Trico from The Last Guardian. That was the one I put the most work into. That's my main Neopet. ChirpDorr, Moondorr. You could have way more than that. So apparently I had 378,000 or whatever that is, Neopoint coins. He's dying, apparently. Whoops. Your Neopets don't die though. I don't think they can die for good. So I guess we'll feed him. I have no food left. I'll play with him. I have no toys. I'll heal him. I have no healing items. I don't remember how to do this. Explore Neopia. We're offering free Neopoints for you. Oh gee, I wonder why. Earn up to 5,000 Neopoints by clicking on the badge at the top left corner every day. Where, this? Oh, that's an ad. Oh, it looks like my ad blocker's working. There you go, got 1,000. We're back in the game. Alright, let's go exploring. This is how you play Neopets. Let's just go here. We're in Brightvale. No, we don't want to be in Brightvale. There's still a ton of people that play this, in case you're wondering. Why is everything black and white? So I used to go into these different places. So like you can go into, where did I used to check? Was it the general store? Might have been the general store. Or was it the pharmacy? Oh, that's right. The shop inventory hasn't refreshed yet. So what you'd have to do is you'd have to sit here, right? And you'd reload the page over and over, like every few seconds. And then eventually it would be stocked with items. And then you would try and buy those items before other players have a chance to buy them. And then you can flip them on the market if they're good, or vendor them and like make more money. Oh, it's black and white because of the plot. Yeah, that's lame. So here, this is an example, right? So like this, but I think these may always be in stock. I could be wrong. Oh no, this is the one I used to do. Yeah, I used to do the general shop. So I would buy certain things in here that you can flip for more money, even if it was just a little bit. And man, I made so much money doing that. Certain like toothbrushes. Was it the general store? I can't remember. But that's what you do. You'd like, say I want this coffee. You'd click on the coffee. And this says, are you sure you want to purchase it? And then you just buy it with your points and then you can flip it. And then you can go back here and go somewhere else. I don't remember where all the places take you. But I learned a lot about Neopets in like the month that I played it. And then you can play games. But the main thing was the shop. So like, I might actually still have things on my store. I still have 4 items for sale, see? So like I would get these things, I don't remember where I got them. Mag Codestone I was trying to sell for 123,000, so the market's probably like completely different on that now. But, you know, you can have a shop and people buy from you. But as you can see, I mean, it's like ancient, some of the stuff having to navigate it. But it's got a very old school vibe. And then the main thing would be you can go to Shop Wizard, and this is how you can, oh, I can't use it, but you can type in an item you're looking for, see what it's worth, like what it's going for, so you know how to like flip it and resell. And then they have the mini games. Battle Dome was like the main thing that you can use to level your Neopet, and so, like I'll fight now to show you what it looks like. It's very basic stuff. Look at my fight record. I have so many wins. You can't really read it because of dark mode. Hold on. There you go. 829 wins. You thought I was joking. Yeah, you thought I was joking. Which isn't a lot of wins, but still. I still did this stupid battle mode 829 times. Who did I used to fight? I think Jet Sam Ace is the one that I was fighting typically, right? How do I... Yeah, so you can see all my wins. I was last playing in September of probably not last year, probably the year before that. How do you battle? Oh, the giant thing that says battle. So you ready? You ready to see what battling in Neopets looks like? It's very exciting. Here's my items. Look at people that play the game. They're probably like, "Oh, he knows what he's doing. He's got some meta stuff." Yes, I do. Oh, he's too hungry to fight. Ugh. How do I feed him? I don't remember how to feed the damn Neopet. I don't remember how to get food to feed him. Alright, let's go to the games room. What's a good one? So these are the games that they released in the compilation, by the way, in case you're wondering. A lot of these kind of games. How can you sort by most popular? Classic games. Okay, I guess we're just going into a random one. Popular. I don't think I played many of these because a lot of times they're just not worth it. Oh, Hassy Bounce. I definitely played that. Alright, you guys ready for peak Neopets gameplay? We're getting an eBay ad, by the way. So you gotta like try and bounce this guy into the fruits. I'm not gonna pretend I know what I'm doing here. But I know I just played this one. Welcome to Neopets. Yeah, they're emulating Flash games. So you can play these on your PS5 if you want. We gotta figure out how to feed my Neopet real quick. How do I even get back to my Neopet? Click this. My pets. Alright, we gotta get food. So to get food, we gotta go to explore, right? And then we gotta go... I don't know where you can quickly get food. There's gotta be a way. This thing? Food shop. Looks like ad blocker is jamming our communication signal. Oh, come on. No, get out of here. Alright, we gotta buy him something to eat real quick. Let's look, I don't know what the difference between feeding him one of these things would be. I think he likes certain food, not other. We'll get him a meat wrap. I don't need the haggle, just give it to me. $347. You can haggle with the freaking AI shopkeeper. I'm not looking to haggle, just give it to me. Did I get it? You must select the correct pet in order to continue? What? Click on the combi to continue. This is their way to combat bots, I guess. Alright, we got him something to eat. I don't know if that's enough, though. Let's buy him one more thing. Let's buy him hotcakes. $856. Come on, hurry up. Alright, we got 2 food items. Let's see if we can feed him quick. Feed. He is now starving. He was dying. He is now starving. He's now famished. Oh, can I see the background? How do I see the background? Look at that lovely background I got for him. Alright, now let's see if we can battle. Because I know you guys are very excited to see what a battle in Neopets looks like. He's too hungry to... How is that possible? We got eBay to get back to here. Come on. I just want to show people what the battles look like. The heck can I feed this thing? Maybe something, a potato stuffed turkey. That's got to be filling, right? 2, 2, 1, 3. Okay. What else would fill him up? Chocolate cheesecake. I'm gonna feed him 2 more things. If he's still too hungry, then forget about it. 632. He's very hungry. Come on. A turkey, like for real. He's still very... I'm done. No, I'm done. That's Neopets. I gave this thing like a freaking smorgasbord. He got a turkey, and he's still very hungry. Right, still won't let me battle? Yeah, he has been starving for a couple years, that is true. Oh, he's ready to fight. Alright, send his ass in. Here we go. There is PvP as well. I never did the PvP. I think I was usually battling... I forget what the meta was. I think I was battling... Oh, I don't have the premium thing anymore? I think I had a premium thing to fight a certain one of these things. Yeah, I think I just gotta do the clown. Well, the clown is like a free win. I'll just pick a random one. Let's do Flaming Mirka. Alright, you ready? I don't think there's audio. Alright, I definitely don't remember how to do it. Wait, I have no items equipped? Oh no, I choose what I equip. So like, I got 2 weapons, this scroll, I forget what the scroll, oh, greater. So I have a healing scroll, I have 2 turn tooth weapons, and then this is like a shield to block. So like, it's a big game of rock, paper, scissors where you gotta figure out, like, what do you think they're gonna do? So I can attack, or I can attack, block, and then I have abilities. I completely forget what my abilities are. I'm just gonna go with Shade. I don't remember what that does. And attacked, his HP is already low, so I think I already won. But you can see, like, it's hard to explain, but like, you just go back and forth, so whatever I have equipped, it goes against what they have equipped, so you really have to like outthink your opponents. What would they maybe do? So you get Neo points and a fire muffin. That's not like one of the things. You're looking for like these stones that you get from a different fight. And that's it. That's how battles work in Neopets. So I hope you all enjoyed this complete derailment of the stream. Thank you to the person that asked about Neopets. But now you know what Neopets is. Yeah, back to starving for 5 more years, exactly. Now, would you believe that I did that battle and won? Not that exact battle, but I did those battles almost 900 times. The grind is real in Neopets, boy, let me tell you. You can do them 15 times a day, so you do the math. But I did pay for a month of like the premium thing for like $10 or whatever the heck it was, $8. They maybe let you do more, I don't remember. I'm sure that is definitely a nostalgia trip for some people that have not seen Neopets for 20 years. Are they opening a pack? They're opening a pack. Here we go. They're going to get the top card. They go straight. They just skip all the cards in front. They ain't got time for that. Boom. And, oh, they got a... What's his name again? I actually caught a shiny of that in Scarlet and Violet. Drample or whatever? Not Drample. I forget the name of that thing. You probably should play the first one, Adam, but I'm sure there'll be some people that tell you you don't have to. I haven't played 2, but they are very connected story-wise, so... There's so many copies of Poop Slinger now because apparently some mysterious anonymous person sent a ton of sealed copies to various game stores, so now the game stores are selling them. It's really weird, isn't it? Oh, I'm sure the people out there that bought Poop Slinger as an investment are pretty pissed right now. They're gonna turn into piss slingers pretty soon. Yeah, if you invested your life savings into hoarding copies of Poop Slinger, you're definitely having a bad week. It was like one of the most expensive, like limited print style games. I think it was like, how much does that game go for previously? Like $1,000? It was something crazy. Poop Slinger, we'll search it. Some random person that nobody knows who it is sent multiple copies to a bunch of retro game stores. I guess in an attempt to tank the value of the game. Nobody really knows. A lot of people are theorizing that it's the creator of this game. This Tamashi game. Said they want their game to forever be the most rare and expensive PS4 game. So they purposefully, somehow, released a bunch of Poop Slinger games to tank the market so that their game could be the most expensive and rare. That's the current theory, someone said. Poop Slinger at its peak was $1,800. Yeah, look at it now. The funny part is there's still freaking people buying this crap. No pun intended. They're still buying it. I don't even know how this game plays, but I can tell you one thing: it is not worth $1,400. No way. Whoever did it, though, has to be rich or, like, owns the company or something. Because how could you afford to send tens of thousands of dollars worth of games to people anonymously with nothing in return? Like, how do you do that? Great Poop Slinger mystery. Maybe somebody will you know how you can figure it out? Fingerprint the copies and track down the person. Turn it into a forensics investigation. Hello, Milkwood. I don't think I've ever looked at gameplay for Poop Slinger. I want one where people aren't talking. Alright, you ready to see what this freaking looks like? It's my first time actually seeing this.
There you go, this is again.
It's going alright, thank you. So this is what people were paying upwards of $1,800 for to have a physical copy. Yeah, I mean, this is how you differentiate people that are just in it for money reasons and like solely collecting. Because I'm sorry, if you're gonna spend $1,000 on a game, it better damn be something that you want to play. I just don't see how you can conceivably find reason to spend $1,000 on this. Spending $1,000 on a complete in-box copy of Chrono Trigger on Super Nintendo, alright, I think some people can see the reasoning behind that potentially. Spending $1,000 plus for Poop Slinger, that's a complete different level of derangement. But you know what? The people that are spending that much money on Poop Slinger, they don't intend to play it anyway. They're buying it simply as a collection piece. There's no gameplay incentive there. No chance. Not a chance. Let's take a look at what's sold tonight. Yep, a good old CIB sold search. Yeah, people are theorizing that it's the person that created Tamashi, because they said some things in the past about wanting to make sure that their game is like the most rare and expensive limited PS4 game. Some complete Game Boy games sold. Some Kirby action. Poor football. Imagine being a complete original Game Boy game these days and only selling for $16. That's gotta hurt its feelings. So that copy of Aero Fighter's Assault sold for $52, which is right around what that normally would go for. A little bit less. Vapor Trail sold for $152. Some of these we saw earlier in the stream, so it's cool to see what they actually sold for. $1.32 for NHL 98 on Sega Saturn, plus the shipping. But still, That may be a record sale for the cheapest Sega Saturn game I've ever seen. That is certainly cheap. They're gonna pay more in shipping to get that to the buyer. Splatterhouse for $80 bidding. Plus, oh, the DLC insert. Maybe that's why it's more. What was on the DLC insert? I don't think the 360 version had that, did it? Hold on, now I'm curious. I can't zoom in this in. Exclusive. What is that? Survival Arena DLC code? Wait, there's an exclusive Survival Arena for the PS3 version? Can you still redeem that? Would that even work? Honestly, Funky, if it were me, I'd go for Albert Odyssey. I'm a pretty big fan of that game. I think the writing's pretty funny. I like the translation in that. Oh look, a normal price for Eco that's not $120. I love the fact that this is the first person I've ever seen do this for Unlimited Saga. They actually turn the case sideways because the box is, you know, not right side up if you stand it vertically. Clever. Never seen that before. $100 for Star Fox Assault. Well, I guess we all missed the opportunity to buy that game at a decent price for a while. Masters of the Universe. Oh, that would make sense that that's going for a good amount before the movie. Any of you plan on seeing the He-Man movie? I will admit, I didn't really grow up... Well, I did watch a little bit of He-Man when I was younger. I had some of the toys, but I wasn't like... I think I was more into the figures, like the toys, than actually watching it. I'm not sure if I'm going to see the movie. Do any of you plan on seeing it? That is a badass cover, though. Oh my god. Looks so cool. But this is the re-release. Right? Because what's this here? What is this? Oh, it's collector vision. Oh, I didn't even notice. Comes with the cartridge sealed and collector's blister. Yeah, as soon as I saw the blister, I'm like, oh. That's some cool packaging. No wonder it looks so cool. Damn, that's a good price for Kingsfield. I'm telling you right now, if you... I think time is limited to get Kingsfield at a reasonable price. I'm still blown away that that game is still selling for under $100 sometimes, seriously. Like, it's a From Software game from the Kingsfield series, which people don't shut up about how much they want new Kingsfield games. Exclusive to the PS2, and it's a damn good game. Right, like, those are all the makings of becoming more expensive, which it has become more expensive over time, but pretty slowly. Predictions on the next console everyone's going to collect for. I'm really feeling like the original DS games or the Wii. I think is the next like nostalgia bomb for people. The thing about Wii though is you got to put in a lot of legwork to like find the good games. The good games are out there and they're still very like undervalued in my opinion. But Wii is still kind of like intimidating to get into because there's just so much crap. No, all my gaming is pretty much done on stream. It's kind of weird to play games off stream, if I'm being honest. It feels weird. The only game I was playing a ton off stream was RPG Maker, and I'll continue to do RPG Maker off stream. However, there's been an interesting development for RPG Maker. I was on one of my, YouTube recommendations. I follow a lot of RPG Maker content creators from Japan, and I was watching this one guy stream. He had like one viewer, and I'm watching him stream, and I'm like, damn, the houses in his game look really good. I'm gonna have to find out what tile set that's from. And then I realized that they have a new, they have new assets in Japan that just released like 10 days ago. New outdoor environment stuff like new trees, new bushes, new houses, like all new things, and it all fits the theme of my game, and it looks amazing. Sadly, it's not out in the US yet, and I even asked their official X account, and they said there's no plans right now, but if we do, we'll make a, the typical thing. But they did reply to me, but it's not out in the US yet. But I'm telling you, like, if they release that in the US, I'll be back to RPG Maker in a heartbeat because, oh my god, it looks so good. Let me see if I can find the preview for you. RPG Maker with Japan. So I can get, it's kind of hard to get the Japanese page from a Google search. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't show it to you, but it's got some. It's like a dark fantasy style set. Essentially, it gives me so many more assets to play with for variety. So I'm really, wow, $223 for Parasite Eve 2. I'm really hoping they release it in the US. If they do, I'll be back to RPG Maker right away. But right now I'm holding off because if they release it, I want to be able to use those assets immediately rather than make more stuff with the old stuff when I could potentially be using new assets. Yeah, and the HD 2D thing, I've known about that for like a month because they actually showed it like a month ago. Even though the trailer was like way shorter. But now that they've put out like a really longer trailer, more people know about it. It looks great. It's going to be PC only right now. But I will get that for sure when it releases. But I'm not going to work on anything in that until I get this PS5 version done with. Thank you, Physical. Hello, Matt Rat. You can probably put DS games on your TV if you have. You'd have to have like a capture card in your 3DS or DS, and then I'm sure there's an easy way you can kind of like hook that into your PC and then output it to your TV. Yeah, Sheep Raider is a pretty cool game. In my opinion, it's actually one of the best looking PS1 games. The graphic style in that looks really good. It really holds up. It really looks like a cartoon. Hello, Devolts. So every day, almost every day, I check to see if they release the freaking asset packs for RPG Maker on the PSN US store. I really hope they do. If they don't, it's gonna bum me out so much. Because it's like, come on, you're gonna give that to Japan, but not us, and it fits so perfectly for my game. Here, I gotta ask AI to like give me the link for the Japanese store. I can't. It won't send me there if I just Google it. Give me a moment. $375 for an oval seal version of Mario Brothers 2 complete mint condition. Alright. I think I got the link here. Now, it's just going to be like a little screenshot that you can see, but it'll give you an idea of what it's going to look like. Here it is. So they released, look at all, these are all new asset packs. So they have one with like a town theme. I don't think you can really see, you can't see when you click into it. It's just a little preview here, but you can kind of see it. New enemy sprites. But this here has me most excited. Look at this, these two here. Look at the trees. Look at the mushrooms, the new... I know some of you, like, you don't understand why this is so exciting, but if you've seen my RPG Maker streams, like, you'd realize how cool it is to get new tree life, like, different tree variety, different plant variety. That's such a big deal for me. The new rocks look so much more detailed. And then look at this one here for, like, the dungeons with more plants, more mushrooms, more things. It just looks so good. There's new character sprites, that's kind of whatever. You can get horses now. Camels. Not that that would be useful for me. Look at the towns, look at how good these buildings look. That's so much better than like what we had before. And then here there's like a Japanese market. So, this is new too, I think. This is not new. I think there was one more. Yeah, this one. This is another new one. This is like just more town stuff. But yeah, God, if they add these to the US store, please. I'll buy every one of them. Or at least, you know, these ones up here. Well, I already have the Ultimate Edition, so I have everything here. I have all these. I bought the pack that comes with everything already, except for the new DLC that they added. But it looks like it'll probably be the equivalent of like $8. See, look, they have not released any DLC for this game since it released, and then boom, May 13th this year, they just released new stuff. So that's kind of exciting. So I'm hoping that it plans on coming out here. And it just needs like extra time to prepare it for the US store or something. If it doesn't come here, I'm going to be very bummed, very disappointed. $700 for Chrono Trigger. How's the box? A little crushed. Not terrible though, both posters. Yeah, oh, I'm sure it's gonna come out. Yeah, watch it come out in October. No, it would have to come out before then. But that would be the motivation. Like, if they release those packs, I'll be back on RPG Maker instantly, because nothing to get me excited to get back into that than giving me all those new assets. $77 for Galarians. Great price. Yeah, keep your eyes out for good prices on that. Yeah, I streamed Withering Rooms for early access during Horror Month 2 years ago, I believe. It's a cool game. Yeah, you should definitely check out the full version. Oh yeah, that's right. New Rhythm Heaven game coming out soon. Can't wait for that. I can't remember. Did they give us a release date for that yet? July. Okay, so pretty soon. Oh, it looks like the price of Skygunner is actually coming down a little bit. $80. Neopets. That is like, there's this Neopets game, and then there's a Neopets game on the DS, and I think that's it in terms of like console Neopets games that ever came out, which is pretty crazy considering how popular it was. This is actually a pretty cool game though, if you like adventure games. You don't have to know anything about Neopets, it's still worth trying that game. Look at that. I keep bringing this up, right? Crash Bandicoot, $180. I still need to do a video explaining why this happens. I've explained it on streams, but like I think it would be a cool thing to discuss, like why a game like Crash Bandicoot one day can sell for $180, and then the next day it can sell for $40, and the process just repeats over and over. Well, Crash goes for that much sometimes, not all the time. That's the interesting part about it. Sometimes it'll sell for 50 or 60, sometimes it'll sell for 100, sometimes it'll sell for 180. It's actually a pretty good price for Sonic 2. Complete Sonic 2 should definitely be going more than $13 shipped these days. That person got lucky. $1,500 for the N64 Pikachu edition if you have the box with it. Any of you have this? Seems pretty feasible. I feel like more people have this than you'd expect. It's not rare, it's just the box kind of makes it rare. Ooh. I guess we could see why it went for $1,500 considering it has all the papers and everything is mint in the bags. They got that peacock effect going on here with the paper spread. Actually, it looks kind of untouched. They have the sticker on there still. Press here to reset. Looks like Kirby Air Ride is settling down, as we predicted it would. It's not exactly a rare game, but you know, the Kirby Air Rider's prices were getting a little out of hand for a while, but it seems like it's kind of settling back down to what it was before. Let's do one more page of sold. Always good to check up on what the heck is selling and how much. $6.11 for House of the Dead. Makes sense. That's still like really the only official way on a home console to play the original House of the Dead that isn't some terrible remake. I've heard not great things about that re-release they did. Isn't it surprising how cheap you can still get Diddy Kong Racing Complete? Look at that, $50 complete. In good shape, seemingly. That's got to be one of the best deals on the N64, in my opinion. Wait. Oh, that's Battletoads Double. Oh, wait, Battletoads Double Dragon? Cardboard box version? Went that cheap? Wow. Someone got a great deal on that, holy moly. That's a pretty rare variant. It's a lot cooler too because the box art is much larger on the cardboard box version. When you get the clamshell, it's kind of condensed. See? They have the Trade West logo down here, so the art is much smaller compared that to that. That's a great deal there, though. I guess some people didn't like the sticker that was on there. That should normally go for way more than the clamshell. Wait, 265? The Black Label version of Digimon World is really that much, or is it because of the card this is coming with? Oh, you know what? It probably is because of the card, I guess. Was this normally supposed to come with a card? Oh, it does say that. Wow, does the card really add that much value? I was unaware that that came with a card previously. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't remember that. Hold on, I'm about to search. Is that a rare variant that says it has a card? Digimon World. Guess one. Okay, apparently that's a rare variant. I never knew there was a variant for Digimon World that came with a card. Yeah, because look, these ones don't have that. This one has it here, but obviously that's just like a preview image. Let me type in card. Seems pretty hard to find it. Just that one that we saw. Damn, that's a pretty rare variant. See, here's one with the cover, 2 with the cover. But I guarantee you these don't have the card. So you'd probably have to seek the card out separately to add it to your copy. So yeah, here's the cover variant. I love these kind of things. I love it when PS1 games have like these weird little variants that you gotta look out for. Here's another one. I'm not sure. It's gotta be just a regular Digimon card, but the art it's using is the same as the cover. Where is it? It's just a standard card you can get with retail packs. Maybe, because you know how these Digimon people are, maybe the finish on this one is different. Metal Greymon. Does it have a year? 1999, it looks like. Metal Greymon. Look. Hold on. If PSA differentiates it. Promo Digimon Worlds. So it is a specific promo card. Is there a way that you can tell? There's got to be a way they can tell. Oh, maybe DW-01, Digimon World-01. Metal Greymon EW-01. So this is it here. So the card itself is 284. Well, people want 284 for it. They're not potentially not going to get it. Seems pretty rare. Here it is here. So it looks like... Okay, so the game wasn't necessarily what was expensive. Of course, the cover variant. Honestly, from the looks of it, they got a really good deal. Considering the cover variant has sold for $120. And this card can go anywhere between $180 and $280. $300 for lightly played, moderately played. They got a really good deal on that listing. Holy crap. This one went for $500, but these are people that are going to get great. If you're spending $500, you're getting it. See, this is what's happening. The person that spent $500 is convinced that the condition of this has the potential to get a PSA 10, and then they can flip it for like $1,200. So that's why this one will go for so much more, for those that are like unaware how this works. That looks weird there. What's going on with that? Yeah, so they're hoping to turn that into this. This is a PSA 9. Imagine if you get a 10. It's probably way more. Interesting. Well, we learned something new tonight. I had no idea there was a variant that came with a Metal Greymon card for Digimon World. Just never paid attention to that. Well, the game that came with a pack of cards was Duel Masters on PS2. That actually came with a pack of cards, but that pack was not exclusive to the game. It was just like a regular booster pack. If you ever get a sealed copy of Duel Masters on PS2, it'll actually have a pack of cards inside. And the sealed copies are actually not that expensive. I think games today would do good to bundle their games with cards like that, if you have a card game to go along with it. But I guess there's not many games that are releasing physically with a card game to go along with it. Oh wow. We don't pass by many Zodiac games, I'll tell you that much. Zodiac library is very small. Can't remember if I have this one. I might. Honestly, Zodiac's library was small, but it was pretty impressive. Wow, a Goodwill got a freaking Zodiac game. That's crazy. I mean, they had Tony Hawk, they had Doom, and that's pretty much it. I mean, they had a couple other things, but the fact that it had Tony Hawk and Doom, that's impressive, right? Oh, and it had SSX. Or no, that was Gizmondo. Tapwave was lacking a little bit, but still, the few games it had was... It could have been worse. You're surprised they don't include an exclusive Pokemon card with the games? Honestly, yeah, that would be an obvious choice for Nintendo. But they know their games will sell regardless, so they want to keep the cost down. Yeah, N-Gage had one of the most impressive underdog libraries of ports of games. Not ports, but like just like unique versions. You don't want Pokemon games to be scalped? Come on now. You don't want the card scalpers to be hoarding sealed copies so they can sell it years later because it has a card in it? You're not a true Pokemon fan. You gotta get down with the meta. $86 for Star Fox Command on DS. Man, it's just crazy seeing stuff like this. Because Frogger used to be so cheap on Super Nintendo. Wait, was Frogger really the last Super Nintendo game? Is that right? They say last Super Nintendo game. Unless they mean like that they're listing. Oh my god. They keep thinking I'm a bot. I guess because I'm incognito. What do you think about this letterboxed cover? I feel like the art should have been full art, stretch all the way across. Yeah, I mean the Meowth isn't worth too much because there's tons of them out there because of the game. But yeah, if it's in the wrap and it seems like it's in mint condition, the condition really matters. It's got to be like mint so that people can grade it. Then it's worth a lot more. That was the last North American Super... Wow, I never knew that. That's pretty cool. Damn, you would think that would be a lot more expensive and rare, but I guess they printed quite a few of them. $95 for SimCity? This is so crazy to see. My god. Any of you that used to use eBay back in the early 2000s and you looked at Super Nintendo games, like, you know what's... You're probably feeling the same reaction as me right now. These were throwaway shovelware games. You couldn't even get rid of these games. Nobody wanted them. Crazy. Mortal Kombat as well was one of those games. Is that complete? Looks like the price of Gale of Darkness may be coming down ever so slightly. And it's got the inserts. Or one of the inserts. I think it's missing one. Oh, is that water damage? Maybe that's why. It looks like water damage here, you see that? Let's see if they mention it. They're being tricky. That's a very dishonest seller right there. They know exactly what's wrong with that cover. They say, in good condition, though take note of what appears to be slight wear on the case art and disc. So unless you're like really keen, you'd look at this real quick and be like, oh, I don't really see much. Or like, oh, that looks like maybe a little crease there or something. No, that is water damage. You can see it. The art is sticking to the case and you can see the shriveled artwork here. So they're trying to pull a fast one. Like, they know exactly what that is. Slight wear on the case? No, that's worse than slight wear. See, did they show a video of the front cover? It won't play. Oh, play video. Nope, won't play. You can even see it on the back here. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, it's pretty... That's pretty pronounced. No wonder it went so cheap. Hopefully the person that bought it understands. That may not even well come with a box, right? Like, that's just disc and manual at that point. But because they're not mentioning there's water damage, you know, you can't blame somebody for looking at that, and if you don't know what a water damage game looks like, you may not realize. That's the thing that's kind of sneaky about that. So I wouldn't really blame the buyer, because maybe they're not familiar with what a water damage cover looks like that. This was one of the scariest Genesis games. I'm sure the Super Nintendo version was scary too, but this game used to scare the hell out of me as a kid. I would definitely consider this like nearly survival horror on the Genesis. Gotta be. Aliens can be lurking anywhere. Yeah, it was a scary game. Yeah, the motion tracker. Yeah, that game was no joke. Probably one of the earliest iterations of a survival horror game on console, in my opinion. For those that are unaware, this is like a traditional RPG Digimon. I streamed a little bit of this during my RPG, or my PS2 roulette wheel. The one thing that it had going against it is the loading in the battles was extremely slow. Like, just getting in and out of a battle took forever. But if you're looking for a traditional RPG with Digimon, this is pretty much that game. Very basic, straightforward stuff. My favorite Klonoa keychain. Still, in my opinion, the best piece of Klonoa merch they ever released. In terms of accuracy to the character, I think this is the single best thing they ever came out with that is accurate to the look of Door to Phantom Isle Klonoa. It's like perfect. I have this for spend. I don't remember where I got that. Bioshock 2 syringe pen signed. It's pretty crazy looking. I guess it's like most of the developers. Am I a Nintendo fanboy? I'm a fanboy of all the consoles. Like, I'm not one of those mindless Nintendo defenders that will defend everything they do. I definitely criticize them a lot. But I do that for all the companies. Dark Chronicle, or Dark Brotherhood stylus. Sadly, one of the only pieces of merch we ever got for Dark Brotherhood. I think there was like a DS case, and then I have just like a standee, promo standee that I have, and then these stylus, and that was pretty much it. They didn't release much for it. I think this had to be like the worst branding Nintendo ever did. That logo style. They did that very briefly. I forget what like that campaign was called where they were using that kind of style. Definitely their worst. The Okamiden style. I still have that stylus somewhere. Once upon a time, I was really into trying to collect most Okami merchandise. I wasn't really a super big fan of what they did with Okamiden, though. That game didn't hook me as much as I hoped it would. Okami 2 is probably going to be a while. Yeah, that's probably going to be a few more. My guess would be probably 2028. And if you ask, you'll probably get blocked on X. What's that guy's name? Kamiya, something like that. Just argues and blocks everybody. That guy's hilarious. A Rygar yo-yo. Just when you think you've seen everything. I mean, it's kind of a neat idea for a promo item, because when you think about it, his shield in the game is also kind of like a yo-yo, so that's kind of cute. Oh, I love that. That's a cool advertisement. If you can't push your brain as fast as you can press the buttons, you're gonna pay. And pay and pay and pay. That's cool. Four is a car code. Might be too late. Well, there's a lot of people playing Forza Horizon right now, so it doesn't surprise me. It's expensive, probably. They seriously made, hold on, they made a plush for a Radeon GPU. This one you think you've seen everything. A PC Tower plush. And somehow they want $500 for it. Gothic 1 Remake releases in 12 days. Yeah, that does look really good. Remind me, is there a physical coming out for that? Or is that digital only? Wait, hold on. Legends Arceus came with a promo card in Japan, but not the US? They did us dirty? Look at this. It did come with a promo card in Japan. We didn't get one. We were just talking about that too. That is a pretty cute idea for a light-up sign. Gothic has a physical. Are they charging $70 for it? What are they charging for it? I'll have to see. I can't guarantee that's going to be something I get day one, but I am interested in it. They look good. A promo blanket for the PS2. I like the colors that they chose for it. I'm not sure I'd ever use that though. Not for $115. It would be cool to collect PS2 merch though, like PS2 logo merch. There's just not a ton of it out there. $60. Alright. It's a cool Excite Truck promo. I like Excite Truck. It's a very underrated launch game. Game that I miss playing the most. Well, I mean, I guess you can say the SOCOM games because you can't really play them. I mean, you still can go back and play SOCOM 2. I would say Final Fantasy 11, but the thing is, you could just play the private servers, so it's like whenever you want to go back to that, you still kind of can. So I would suppose SOCOM. Or actually, I really miss Eye of Judgment. Eye of Judgment is a game that you can't just go back and play again. Now, somebody should make a way to play that online again with custom servers. I'd be all over that. Yeah, Eye of Judgment is like a game that definitely I was obsessed with for a while. But there's no way to play it now. Online. Which is the whole game. That is the game. You have to play online. I have that PS Peak pouch for Katamari. Wait, is this an actual poster or is this a magazine insert? Oh, it's an actual poster. Looks like it came in a magazine. X-Link Kai supports side adjustment. Oh, does it really? The problem would be finding somebody to play with, because they'd have to have the cards or printed out cards. But that's promising. Is that something new they added? I don't think that's always supported, has it? I think framing game posters is fine, but honestly, I've never been one to frame. I just throw them up on the wall. Unless it was a very rare, expensive poster or something. PS1 or PS5 Gothic Remake Collector's Edition, PS5 and Xbox. We'll get a physical copy of Gothic Classic. Wait, they're giving you a second physical copy of Gothic? Let's bring back when promos were still good. Based on the Dead or Alive video game series, yeah. Obviously. Crystal Shards Coin Bank. After beating Crystal Shards the other night, like I love all of my Crystal Shards merchandise just a little bit more. That game is so good. It's not all on the disc. That's unfortunate. Oh, that's a cool poster. This person seriously took a standee and dismantled it into selling the individual pieces. See what they did here? Crimson Desert backpack. They made a lot of merch for that game, apparently. Yeah, it's a cool one to have, Adam. It's a cool sign. Oh man. I'm very envious of people that may still have their original bag. Imagine picking up Ocarina of Time on launch from EB Games and getting a gold bag with the logo on it. Like, how freaking cool is that? Apparently they gave you something that lets you save 20% on the strategy guide and some stickers. That bag is so cool, though. Oh, tattoos, excuse me. This is pretty cool. Honestly, if I was someone that had like a mint condition day one gold edition of Ocarina of Time, and I wanted that thing to be as complete as possible, getting this seems like the next best step, right? The original bag you'd get for picking up your copy with all the little bonuses. Here's another person selling the same thing. It's from EB Games, Electronics Boutique. I'm still extremely confused, though. Maybe, like, I bought Ocarina of Time on day one, on release day, because it released on my birthday. That's how I freaking know. But I didn't get the gold cart. I got the gray cart. How is that possible? Because I got the last copy that they had at this store. It was the last one they had in stock. I was so happy. Is it possible? Did I maybe get the gold card? I could swear it's gray. Oh, the gold definitely, like, the gold is definitely worth more, because the box is also freaking amazing. The gold, like, the box that would come in if you got the gold card was just so much better. I mean, nothing will replace my original copy of Ocarina of Time. I would always prefer to have my OG copy. But it would have been cool to get this one back in the day. Collector's edition. Yeah, I don't know the history of, like, did they release collector's editions and the regulars? Maybe when I went to get it, they were sold out of collector's editions and I had to get the next, you know, availability of what they had. Maybe that was it. I don't know the full history. This is the one I have. Or this box is the one I have, right? I don't have that cart. But the box just looks so much better than the standard box. Look at that, with the freaking embossing. Goodness gracious. I'm tempted to, like, just get the box. Well, then I'd have to get the cart too. Yeah, then I'd pretty much have to rebuy the whole thing. Man, that's gotten so expensive now too. That's crazy. The price on that has gone up so much. I also assumed, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why mine wasn't gold. I got it launch day. So maybe they sent, like, gray carts and then the gold carts at the same time in case they ran it. I have no idea. No idea. I was always curious about that. I feel kind of betrayed by Electronics Boutique, or wherever I got it from. I don't remember. Maybe it was a KB Toys. I think I went to KB Toys. I don't think I went to Electronics Boutique. I think it was a KB. Wherever it was, they had a single copy left. And this is back when, like, I didn't even call. I literally like just went there and hoped they had it in stock. They had a single one left. I was so lucky. Same thing happened with Xbox Live. When Xbox Live first came out, you had to physically go to the store to buy the box. I got the last one left that some store had of that as well. So, got lucky sometimes. If I do have the great cart and it's a 1.0 copy, I have the rarest cart. How would I tell if it's a 1.0 copy? Where would I look on the cart? So what are the chances of it being 1.0 in the great cart if I bought it day one? I'd say pretty high, right? Oh wow. So you're saying it could potentially be this right here? I guess the 0-1. Or you'd have to look at the board. I wonder what is unpatched in the 1.0 version. Looks like you might have to open the board up. What are they saying? CZLE0? I'm assuming it has something to do with this 0-0 here. Well, it certainly seems like it could be a pretty expensive card if you have that version. Oh, so you're saying version 1.0 has different music in the Fire Temple? That's kind of neat. Doesn't look like one has sold explicitly as of 1.0 recently. And red blood instead of green. Really? So version 1.0 has red blood? When do you see blood? When would you see that? It also has a different mirror shield design. Ganondorf. Is there a way to tell based on just looking at the cart without having to open it up, or do you have to open it? I'm not seeing any expensive 1.0 carts selling, so they must be pretty rare. You have to open it up? Damn. Or I guess just play the game, right? If I bought the game on release and I got a great cart, that's gotta be 1.0, right? It has to be. How would it not be? Has to be. They wouldn't have had time to patch it. I was unaware that they had a 1.0 version, I'm going to be honest. The back stamp with just numbers and no letters is 1.0. So the back of the cart will just have the 0-0 is what you're saying? Hold on, let me... Is that an actual way you can check the 0-0? Okay, let me see. I don't know if my Zelda card is behind me. It might be in a bin somewhere. Let me just double check. I might be able to see if I have it right now. Give me a second. Thankfully I had the cart in the box. So yeah, this is what I got day one. Still have the original box here. It's a little torn on the... One of the flaps is torn, unfortunately. So you're saying... If it's numbers, no letter, it's 1.0. Numbers, no letter. If it's numbers and A, is 1.1. I'm not seeing... I'm seeing... It looks like a 19A. So I guess that's not 1.0. Damn. If it's two numbers and A, 1.1. I got 1.1. Yeah, I got 19A, it looks like. Well, the more you know. I'm gonna be on... If I'm ever at conventions and stuff, and I see an Ocarina of Time cart that I could just like grab and look at, or ask, I'm gonna check the back. So you're saying if it's just numbers and no letter, it's a 1.0 cart. That's kind of cool. I never knew that. B would be 1.2. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I had no idea. That's cool. Do any of you, are you checking your Ocarina of Time carts right now? See if you have version 1.0. Yours is only numbers, so you must have 1.0 then. Apparently, if you have version 1.0, the music is different in the Fire Temple, the mirror shield looks different, and Ganondorf bleeds red instead of green. Yeah, apparently 1.0 is much more rare and seemingly more expensive when they mark it as such. There's also a bunch of 1.0. Okay, so the speedrunners specifically want version 1.0. You just checked your cart when you were 7 years old, you got the 1.0, nice. Yeah, it seems like it's hard to pinpoint the price of it because there's not many people. Okay, here's one. Version 1.0. So this is the highest one that's sold, $130. That's as much, just to put that into context, this cart sold for more than a complete copy that wasn't version 1.0. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I bought it on November 23rd. I mean, it's possible that I got it, like, I don't know, a couple days after my birthday. How could they reissue it that quick? That makes no sense. I don't really know. I'm very confused. But I specifically remember going on my birthday to get Zelda, and I got the last copy. That's why I'm like, I don't understand. I don't think I swapped my copy out at some point with like a different version. Like, I don't remember selling it or trading it with a friend or anything like that. I don't really know. Unless it's possible that they produced versions 1.0, but at the same time, because you got to remember, it's too expensive to recall it, right? So they might have made version 1.0 in production, and then they caught the things that they wanted to censor and change, and then made version 1.0 as quickly as they could, and shipped them both at the same time. So it was like luck of the draw what version you ended up getting. That had to have been what they did. Because when you think about it, right, like it was probably something that they caught really late in production, but by then they probably already printed a decent amount of 1.0 and they changed it in time for the launch. But they couldn't scrap 1.0. That's too much money, so they just shipped both of them. Yeah, they shipped at the same time. It was only 5 days after 1.0, so they definitely sold both. Yeah, they both sold them at launch. Damn, that sucks. So it's like a coin flip which one you got. Well, actually, there's probably a lot more 1.1s out there. The gold edition was a pre-order edition, so all the cartridges are 1.0. The non-collector's edition had a very brief 1.0 version. Damn, so I missed out on it. But the gold versions probably don't have all the glitches and stuff that the speedrunners are looking for. Well, okay, well that explains why I didn't get the gold one, because if you had the pre-order, I didn't pre-order, which would explain why I was so excited to get the single last copy of the non-pre-order version. Because I didn't pre-order. I mean, who the hell pre-ordered back then, right? Not a lot of people were pre-ordering games. Well, anyway. Seems like a lot of people in chat are finding out that they have Uncensored Fire Temple. A $120 cart of Zelda. Pretty neat. All the gold carts have the original glitches as far as you know. Really? Wait, so all the gold carts are exactly the same as the gray cart version 1.0? Is that true? So everything that you would get in this cart is in all the golds? So I guess in that instance, if you have a gold cart, then you have 1.0. If you have a gray cart, it's just more rare to get that version then. Here's 1.0 and 1.1 gold carts, but only gray 1.2 carts. Wait. When you're saying there's only gray 1.2 carts, then what are these? Gray 1.0. HM. Okay, so there's really no reason to go out of your way to get a gray 1.0 unless you really want the gray version. I guess people like the gray 1.0 just because it's like the rarest gray cart. Technically the rarest Zelda cart for Ocarina of Time that you can get. Just like a variant, a rare variant. Alright, so we learned a couple of interesting things tonight. We learned about Digimon coming with a promo card, Digimon Worlds. And Zelda's 1.0 version that I was unaware of. Can't they swap the gold cardboard with the Ocarina of Time card? Yeah, no, I guess you can swap the board, but not the back. Anyway. Fun, insightful stream as always. We're going to call it there. Thank you everybody for hanging out tonight. If you're new to eBay streams, be sure to follow or subscribe. I do these every week, every Saturday. Sometimes they get delayed until Sunday or a weekday. But we do this every week. Thank you, Mr. Renegade. Thank you for the 100 kicks on the way out. Thank you for that, as always. Not sure. I mean, I would like to do one more Bubsy 4D stream this week to see how the speedrun stuff is. So, maybe look forward to that. More N64 stuff. I'm looking at my imports here. Still got to do the N64 imports at some point. But I need a specific setup with that. Some of these games I needed to set up my phone to help translate them, so I got to look into how I want to do that. Well, tomorrow is Memorial Day, so not sure if there'll be a stream. I don't know if I have plans, really, but I hope you guys have a good Memorial Day weekend. And I'll see you next stream. Thank you very much for hanging out. Have a good night.